healthier information ecosystem. So we do experiments on, for example, deterring the business networks that proliferates the spread of disinformation in the online ecosystem. We do experiments on media information literacy, how to scale that up, and what is the most efficient way of conducting media information literacy, for example, how to conceptualize and operationalize the multi-stakeholder models in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, as well as the Pacific. And one of that experiment is toying with the idea of Asia-Pacific Regional Fact-Checking Coalition, and that is the contents of this brief. This brief is written by Ratna Haini Hadi, my colleague, and also, as well as Nuril Hidayah, my other colleagues. Ratna is also joining us here online, and I will be presenting some of her findings. The idea of me presenting someone else's brief is also a question that I ask on a daily basis, but here we are nonetheless. And so what we did, basically, is we conduct semi-structured, in-depth qualitative interviews with various stakeholders in the fact-checking ecosystem across Asia-Pacific. We talk to national fact-checkers, for example, the donors organizations, standard settings in fact-checkers, etc., and we try to collect and conceptualize and try to find nuggets of what has on what works and what needs to be improved in the fact-checking. After all, fact-checking is the last line of defense when it comes to misinformation and disinformation, in my opinion. It should not be the only line of defense. There needs to be a multiple layer of defense against disinformation, such as deterring the buzz networks, more robust multi-stakeholder governance, etc. But then before arriving to the audience or to the social media readers, after all, fact-checking is the last line of defense against disinformation. So one overview that we found is that the diversity of fact-checking efforts are indeed an asset. There are individual fact-checking actors, such as independent fact-checking organization, media organization, universities, government, etc. There are also coalition networks that with different activities, such as country-specific independent coalition, like Check Fakta Indonesia and COVAC Thailand. There are coalitions that are focusing on standard settings. Regional media networks have also coalesced before fact-checking has mainstream, as well as regional coalitions such as Africa Check and the European Digital Media Observatory. Fact-checkers also do not only fact-check, but they also conduct advocacy to promote and to instill buy-in from stakeholders on the necessity of accurate information and media literacy. Some of the fact-checkers are also conducting research, as well as actor-centric approach, while also, like has been mentioned, standardization efforts and also ensuring the sustainability of the fact-checking efforts through funding. These are the recurring issue that has been affirmed by some of our knowledge partners, which are mostly not novel issues. There is an issue of limited resources and diversity, the ever-evolving strategies of information disorder, not only because there is a generative AI in the equation, but also the changing formats from text to video, for example. There's also a low level of public viewership. After all, we have what we call the misinformation amplification factors, where the numbers of viewership and engagement of the disinformation has always been higher as opposed to the contents, as opposed to the fact-checking contents. There are also a collaboration model between platforms and fact-checkers that can still be upgraded. And so the idea of an Asia-Pacific Regional Coalition to mirror what has been done in Africa as well as in the European Union, there is a merit to this on fostering networks, establishing common principles such as transparency, accountability, and independence. There's a merit of leveraging collective expertise and resources, as well as serving as a neutral geopolitical platform for collaboration of fact-checking initiative. However, we need to take the idea with a grain of salt, as there are arguments for and arguments against on various aspects of this proposed regional fact-checking coalition, such as on collaboration and network. While the coalition can foster a network of fact-checking actors, it can also create a potential avenues for conflicts, which makes a collaboration difficult. On standardization, it is always good to establish fundamental principles, but also enforcing standardization might stifle the unique approaches of different fact-checking organizations. On knowledge sharing, it can facilitate regular knowledge sharing, which can improve technology and skills efficiency. But also, however, it can create potential dependency on shared resources. On research and database building, collaborative research is always good, but then again, putting eggs in one basket will always risk on data mismanagement or security breaches. This is, after all, disinformation is not a monolithic problem. It presents itself in different shape across different geopolitical and also cultural contexts. On advocacy, collective voices is always a good idea, so they can amplify the collective voices of fact checkers, but also it might not adequately represent the diverse views. On sustainable funding, joint efforts can lead to more sustainable funding opportunities and resourceful, but also create power imbalances within the coalition. On public engagement, it can enhance public trust, definitely, through a unified front, but then again, it can overlook local nuances, reducing effectiveness in certain areas. And lastly, on responding to disinformation, with a growing trend of cross-border disinformation, a regional capacity, a standardized regional capacity can be a good idea. However, it needs to be mindful with the bureaucratic processes that might slow down rapid responses effort. The bottom line here is the collective action should not means uniformity of action. The collective action should not come at the cost of the diversity of context of disinformation across the diverse region of Asia-Pacific, and how we can move together in unison, agreeing on a common sets of principles, while also moving respectively in our different contexts. And that's all from me, and now on to the discussion. Thank you, Medellina.
Thank you, Baltasar. So you are not only emphasizing the importance of fact-checking coalition to encounter disinformation and misinformation, but also underscore the four or various elements that are very crucial in supporting fact-checking coalition. Now, I think I'll turn to for panelists to talk and discuss further some elements that have been mentioned. It's very important, which is internet governance, digital platforms, and technology. I'll start with Sinta. Sita, in your experience and also expertise, how can internet governance support and improve fact-checking initiative in Asia-Pacific?
Thank you very much, Ibu Medellina, and thank you very much for SAIL for inviting me here. It's good to be back to Taiwan and APrIGF offline. I usually attending this online. So internet governance, in my point of view, is mostly related to processes. It is acknowledging the presence of multi-stakeholder. We heard that a lot in these morning sessions, and how that may impact, they come together, and how that may impact how the internet or the digital works now. So processes. As Belt has mentioned, this information is a complex subject and is considered as the most significant risk from the World Economic Forum. Moreover, because we have around 80 elections this year in 2024, so it's become more important. And then because it's very complex and multi-layered, then there should be many initiatives to combat that. Yeah, there should be an educations, regulations and norms, detections and response, along with community participations. In my point of view, the fact-checking initiative in Asia Pacific are an excellent examples of detections and response, along with the community participations. Moreover, many of the fact-checking initiative, as far as I know, is actually a collaboration between tech companies, civil society organizations, journalism, or think tank like CSIS. So it's good example. But then again, because the internet governance is a process, as I mentioned earlier, we need a dialogue, a continuous dialogue, that it can be having, learn from each other. As Belt mentioned, there is an issues of manpower, there is an issues of resources, that, and also the need to leverage the capacity of each fact-checking initiative. We also learn from the most recent DIPLO's Foundation. I come from DIPLO Foundation organizations funded by GIZ Moldova, that the type of the whole society approach like this is more doable, more able to safeguard the human rights principle rather than just doing the building regulation and building norms. Yeah, so whole society approach is more doable. I think, therefore, in my point of view, Ibu, that the fact-checking initiative in Asia Pacific is on the right track.
Thank you, Sita. You mentioned that the fact-checking in Asia Pacific is on the right track. But this morning we heard from Professor Murai, but there is a challenges, you know, that fact-checking initiative reside in different countries in many parts of the world. So considering the cross-border nature of the internet, how can regional internet governance bodies facilitate better collaboration between fact-checking organizations in different countries?
Okay, that's a good question, Sbu. Multi-stakeholders is a very ideal of idea, yeah? But the practice, it's very difficult and very long, winding road, long and winding road. So, but I think one of the good things that we can see, Ibu, it's about the presence of regional and national IGF. Currently, in the regional, we have more than 24 initiatives, ranging from the EuroDIC and also the APrIGF. Of course, there's an active and non-active regional IGF. In the national IGF, we have lots as well. In Asia Pacific, there are around 15 national IGF, and in Africa, it's around 25 locally, yeah, initiative locally. So I think we can use those avenues to have a conversations on this fact-checking initiative, yeah. As we also know that fact-checking is not the only way to combat mis and disinformations. The second thing, maybe you heard what FinServ mentioned this morning, yeah, that he will wait for the APrIGF result to be discussed at the higher level. And I think that's also an avenue that you can say, that you can leverage this partnership if you got the buy-in from all the national IGF, also and regional IGF, and then you can create a meaningful and with incentive, yeah, on the fact-checking initiative, then you might be able to do some recommendations that you can push into more systemic conversations at the international level to international organizations, standardization organizations, so they can have that. But it consists of routine conversations, it consists of multi-stakeholders, and maybe it's very long, and I'm not saying this easy, it will not be easy, but we can try that to have that conversation over and over. I think that's my point, Bu.
Thank you. Yes, we all aware that this fact-checking initiative requires collaboration among actors and stakeholders. And one important actors is the platform or digital companies. So I come to you, Zong, that what can digital platforms to do support fact-checking initiative in combating disinformation?
Thank you, Medelina, and good morning, everyone. I think there's already a lot of food for thought in what we were just hearing from Shita. One of the reasons that we created the Internet Governance Forum back in 2005 was because we wanted to have a place for all the stakeholders involved in Internet policy to come together and to be able to discuss the issues. But it was also meant to be a platform where, from discussing the issues at the forum, the participants could decide to go off and create an initiative that would be practical and solve some of these issues. And so I'm very glad to be here and to hear about this idea of a fact-checking coalition, because that's exactly the spirit of these dynamic multi-stakeholder coalitions, who take an issue that we discuss here at the forum and try to do something to improve the internet and to improve the experience of users in real life. And so that comes to my perspective on disinformation and these ideas about a fact-checking coalition. the company I work for, Google, has been busy dealing with misinformation and disinformation for many years now, sadly, because that's existed for a while. And I think it's important to highlight, to emphasize that dealing with mis and disinformation is not just about taking down content or regulation. In fact, those two are very blunt tools. We have to really avoid the effect of a ministry of truth that would tell you what is true or what is false. And that's one of the major threats that we see nowadays with all these various regulations being proposed about misinformation. So yes, we do remove content when we see that it's truly unsafe and harmful, whether it's reported by users or whether it's according to local law. But that's only a small part of generally solving or at least addressing and mitigating the problem of disinformation. What's really important is to raise awareness and to empower users. And that's where efforts like this one at fact-checking are so important, because we can inform both the users but also the platforms themselves, actually, about facts. Dispute the definition of facts, that's for a separate forum. Now, actually, I think that the good multi-stakeholder coordination against mis and disinformation can actually have significant practical beneficial impact on users and on the health of the internet. And we've seen that in the case of Taiwan, for instance. We might as well mention it here, and then Eve will probably continue and expand on that. You know, I think the role of the Taiwan Fact Check Center has been central in helping to work together on a common platforms with other stakeholders in Taiwan, technical community, platforms, other user groups, and you know, links with the governments and fact checkers and journalists and academics to come together and to think of very practical initiatives to stem the flood of disinformation, which, as many of you know, is a major issue, has been a major issue in Taiwan. But actually, thanks to the work of the Taiwan Fact Check Center and its partner stakeholders, we've seen a marked improvement in how users have become more resilient in this country, which has been subjected to one of the worst disinformation campaigns ever, frankly. What this effort has meant is that it's created a trusted network which allows the stakeholders to share good practices, to rapidly identify and share information within this network of experts about new threats that come in this space. And it's also provided a setting, a great setting, to launch new initiatives that can build users' understanding of these problems and of how to protect themselves, so awareness-raising initiatives. And we can mention the experience of others in the region, as Balthazar was mentioning, for instance, Check Factor in Indonesia, very inspiring as well. And all that tells us that multi-stakeholder cooperation in this space is particularly helpful. Practical initiatives for fact-checking and for awareness-raising are key pillars in the fight against mis and disinformation, and they can be truly, genuinely impactful. And extending this form of cooperation and knowledge and best practice sharing among countries in the region can be equally very beneficial. So, you know, we do have a region, Asia-Pacific, which is very heterogeneous. We have very different cultures, very different, even within nations, within countries. But the citizens in these countries across the region might be targeted, in fact, by the same bad actors. For instance, we have disinformation about geopolitical events that target people across different countries. Or it can be about deceptive practices that affect users in different countries, but originating from the same people. For instance, online fraud and scams that use the same techniques as dis and misinformation. Often the two are one and the same. And fighting those deceptive practices like fraud and misinformation can be done extremely effectively through multi-stakeholder cooperation. So that's why this idea of establishing a coalition for fact-checking and tackling deceptive practices online seems very worthy indeed. Thank you.
So you mentioned that about networking and partnership, you know, and in explaining the work of Google in supporting fact-checking initiative. So can you share your perspective or lesson learned from Google partnership with fact-checkers in terms of building sustainable collaboration and developing effective regional strategies to combat disinformation? So the keywords here is sustainable collaboration. Thank you.
So there's a question of funding, and you know, we're lucky that we've got a bit of funding and we've been able to share some of that, but we need more stakeholders to do that. Stakeholders from the private sector, but it could be also philanthropic organizations, those sorts of people. In some countries, working with government agencies can also help, but of course there are some issues there, and issues of independence from any donor that Belsazar has rightly highlighted. So I think that we can learn a little bit from what has been done on sustainability here, and the sharing of experiences amongst such a coalition could be helpful. But I think what I'm very excited about is actually that having even if it's not a very formal coalition, having a forum for the various fact-checking communities and other experts on mis and disinformation to exchange on good practices and on good initiatives can be extremely helpful. Because they have gone out there, they've done some research, for instance, CSIS has done some excellent research that can inform other countries or be replicated more easily because you've already got the methodology set up. You might have some initiatives that have been tried and tested, like awareness-raising initiatives in Taiwan or Indonesia or elsewhere. Japan, for instance, has done quite a few good ones as well. And I think sharing those experiences can be helpful because they can be easily replicated in other countries, so you don't need to reinvent the wheel, and you can go much faster. If you want to do awareness raising, you've already got content. You know, there's a lot of good tips for users on how to spot disinformation, etc. There might be some cultural differences, of course, and that's why having local representatives and stakeholders is very useful. But generally speaking, you replicate things easily. And then when you think about addressing some of the related problems, like fraud and scams and generally deceptive practices, what we've learned from practical initiatives on mis and disinformation can help us to really expand the range of impacts we can have across deceptive practices to be really impactful and quickly. And we need to do that, right? Mis and disinformation remains the #1 topic that I hear from government stakeholders, but equally scams and fraud has come to the fore in the last year or two, especially because since COVID it's really increased, and I think governments have reacted to that. But again, I think we need to think about what are the practical initiatives that we can put in place, and sharing what works and what doesn't, or what works less well, what we can improve, will be super helpful.
Thank you. Now I come to you, because what we are talking here about the fact-checking initiative and also the challenges, basically we are talking about digital technology. So in your perspective, how do you see technology playing a role in addressing the evolving challenges faced by fact-checking organization and in the Asia Pacific? What strategies have proven effective in your work that could be applied to a regional coalition?
Okay, thank you and for audience and all of you and all the moderator and panelists. And it's my pleasure to share my experience. And first of all, I have a good news for you because actually, because we're talking about the APEC coalition, and now actually Asia Pacific fact-checking coalition is cooking, is forming. Why I say that, I think Alan knows also because we just come back from Sarajevo, the Global Fact Check 11. And since the Global Fact Check, it's a summit gathering of the Global Fact Checker and held by IFCN. And we just back from Sarajevo. And since last year's Global Fact Check 10 in Seoul, initiated APEC fact-checking coalition issue. Actually, we initiated at that time last year, and this year in Sarajevo and more solid because we got a panel to discuss it. And after the Global Fact Check 11 and Global Fact 11, actually we set up a WhatsApp group. More than 100 fact checker in the APEC region. Then we started to break down this region to sub-region 5. South Asia, East Asia, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and the Pacific Ocean. So 5 sub-region and 2 for except the Central Asia 1 and others sub-area 2. Now 7 has been elected include Verifying Philippines and Taiwan Fact Check Center as a Southeast Asia and East Asia, and East Asia also Hong Kong, and Professor Masato from AnyLab Hong Kong, and 2 from India fact checkers, and Mafindo in Indonesia, and etc. So we are going to gather, I guess it's virtual one, but I'm going to release a very new information. That's because this new situation, because the people gathering, I mean the APEC fact checkers, we actually starting to doing that. So our board member, I mean Taiwan Fact Check Center, board member of us has made a decision. I think nobody know yet now, until now, and announce it. Our board member, our board decided to hold the, Asia Pacific Fact Check Forum next year in 2025. And yes, I think it's good news, a very solid action we are going to take. But of course, we got to funding, etc. But we decided to do that and follow that the new situation, because I think a new coalition had inside meeting to connect and to make it strengthen and to do lots of things. And then the next step, how can it be strong and sustainable? Of course, leadership. So just I mentioned, there's a steering committee already organized. Then we need to have the common challenges. No lackness of common challenges, such as the regional challenge like information manipulation from autocratic regimes. And we have the fact-checking skill improvement needs. And of course, the AI technology booming made the challenge, the disinformation deeper and faster and booming. So we need to face the challenge. And of course, I think that that's why we are doing it faster now. So of course, financial support is very important. Then, just like moderators mentioned, the technology we're facing, and what's the strategy? Because the AI technology make this information faster and deeper, just like I mentioned. So, the AI accounts for online scans and the information operation go rapidly. And the deepfake and AI-generated contents, and more we see. So we need to face it. Of course, here is a representative from tech platform. So I also call for platform accountability. And because AI is developed by tech corps, so who are the perfect ones to tell people how to recognize them? And I also very happy, I just mentioned to Mr. Sahe, because I saw that about the Think ID and the new product from Google. I think that's a very good thing. Like a watermark on AI generated content, there will be a watermark, but it's just a metaphor, not really a watermark, but it's like a code inside, be placed inside that program of the content. So then we can tell and can recognize those AI-generated stuff. So that's the calling I require, and I show our expect team to platform, and happy JJ is here. And of course, another thing I want to emphasize is that not just a digital instrument we rely on to do our fact-checking, because the fact-checking task need context to recognize, because mainly disinformation, it's because it's out of context. People just use a snapshot or just a fragmental pieces, try to fabric a narrative or a saying. We need actually a conventional journalism skill. People need to know the global, the wider context of things. Then they can tell the fabric and the fake stuff from the real world, and won't stay in their echo chamber or the parallel universe, and buying so many conspiracy, and then out of the world, then they were lost. So that's my sharing until now. Thank you.
Thank you, Eve, for sharing the experience from the field, about the fact-checking initiative. Now I want to go to Alan to follow up what just Eve mentioned. So what are the necessary and practical steps for building a fact-checking coalition in the Asia Pacific? Because we already identified, the formats, the concept, the importance, but then we need to, if we want to materialize and establish, the coalition, so what is the practical aspect or step that we need to consider?
I'll focus on two, what do you call that? Is this okay? Yeah. No. I'll focus on two attributes. One, okay. Is this okay now? Okay. One is commitment to truthfulness as the antidote to information. And two is setting up of a neutral and competent secretariat to coordinate among coalition members. Now, a commitment to truthfulness. That's truthfulness means, loosely I can say, accuracy of information. It's important that coalition members agree on this principle. From there, we can proceed with setting up of standards as, methodology, funding sources, and others. Because there are fact-check groups and fact-check groups. And that's a welcome development, because I believe that the fight to counter disinformation should not be left only to professional fact-checkers. We believe that everyone can be a fact-checker and should be a fact-checker. There are a lot of groups wanting to put up fact-checking groups. Like in the Philippines, the Office of the President wants to put up a fact-checking group. I don't know. I understand in the brief that you gave us, Indonesia has the Indonesian government has a fact-checking group. I don't know, because we are a diverse, we are a diverse country. I don't know what your government fact-checking group is, but in the Philippines, if it's a government, it's propaganda. So the question is, do we welcome, in a coalition, do we welcome fact-checking groups such as that? So we have to decide on what kind of truthfulness do they have. Are we talking, when we speak truthfulness, do we have the same definition? So we have to agree on that. And there are also private fact-check groups which are also into other activities. They're into fact-checking, they have fact-checking groups, but they're also into other activities like public relations. What you call it? I'm a member. I'm in the advisory board of the International Fact-Checking Network. That's and there are applicants that we have rejected because they are into public relations, and we feel that fact-checking and public relations do not go together. Yeah. So we have, the credibility of the coalition depends on the principles that you have to agree on. So, as to the the setting up of a neutral and competent secretariat, that's very important, because it should be a collaboration among equals. I'm speaking from the experience of setting up Check.ph. That's a coalition of fact-check groups in the Philippines. There are 34 members. Aside from fact-checking groups, they also include universities and civil society groups. And we have a secretariat run by the University of the Philippines College of Mass Communications, which serve as, as the admin, as the administration body. So we feel that it's a coalition among equals. Well, it's just one. This is just one model, because there is another fact check group in the Philippines, which is led by by a newsroom. So we don't know how it works. I think it depends on depends really on you, on what what kind of coalition do you want to belong to. So I think in Latin America, they also have a newsroom leading as leading a coalition. It worked for them. So maybe we can learn from the experiences of others when it comes to having a secretariat. Okay.
Thank you, Ellen. I think you mentioned a very interesting thing that has not been explored, in this session, about the political aspect that we need to consider. But before, discussing that further, I'd like to invite comments from Ratna Aini Hadi, who will send the comments through online. And then from Rajnali Kamath from MCA India, and Daisuke Furuta from Japan Fact Check Center. So is the video okay? Please, Aini.
Hello. Yes, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much, Ibu Medellina, for your kind introduction. It's an honor for me to be here today and to join this lively discussion. And as extensively discussed already, fact-checking, of course, is very imperative to safeguarding information integrity, and is one of the most leading, one of many, but also very important leading ways of combating disinformation. And as mentioned by Ms. Balzazar earlier, my colleague Nurul Hidayah and I co-authored this policy brief based on insights that we gained from conversations with various stakeholders. And we really gained a deeper understanding of how diverse the landscape of fact-checking is. There's so much diversity in the initiatives and the roles of fact-checkers themselves. They take on a lot of different roles, aside from solely fact-checking, which is already a very great feat and very multifaceted. But there's also advocacy, planning education curriculums, and engaging with multi-stakeholder collaborations for fighting against disinformation. And we also gained deeper understanding of how multifaceted the challenges are based amongst these different diverse actors in the region and of course globally. And so this really shows how fact-checking initiatives grown very organically, and there's so much diversity in it, and there's so much potential that we want to emphasize in the creation of a coalition and what that could be like. I really like what Ms. Balzazar mentioned earlier, emphasizing that collective action is not uniformity of action. As mentioned by Ibu Sita Laxmi about how the issue is so multifaceted, but a whole society approach is a great start. And I'm very happy to hear by Ms. Eve Chu about how there is, in fact, big developments in the forming of an Asia-Pacific regional coalition of fact-checkers. And I think this is very, it's very exciting. It's a very exciting development. But I would like to again emphasize the fact that this diversity we should not lose, and we can really start from these common principles. Although there are coalitions that focus on standardization, but this diversity here, I think, that exists in the region is so rich, and not everyone specifically on the same playing field. And this leveraging of expertise within the region, helping each other, collaborating and networking. I think this is a great start.
Aini, would you please shorten your
Yes.
comment.
Yes, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm sorry for doing this because of the time constraint. Now I'd like to invite Ratnel Kamath from MCA India to give a short comment, please.
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much for inviting me on this panel. I represent the Misinformation Combat Alliance, which is a coalition of Indian fact checkers, media organizations, and civic tech organizations. We didn't limit our membership only to fact checking organizations. We also kept it open to organizations who were combating mis and disinformation. We began in 2021 and it's been about 3 years. We have 16 members, and it's interesting to see the APAC fact-checking coalition coming together as well. Like India, APAC is extremely diverse. Many countries with their own cultures, their own politics, their own forms of government. We all operate in very different yet challenging circumstances, and therefore it's important to come together to share knowledge and best practices with each other, to be able to understand how can we support each other. One of the things we've noticed while running a coalition is it's very important for members to have trust with each other and to trust that those who are in charge with steering the coalition are doing the right thing. It's very important to have a very strong secretariat who are able to carry on the work. So even when members get busy with their own fact-checking work, the secretariat is able to continue the operations of the coalition. We in India have worked very hard we've consulted a lot of lawyers, a lot of we've taken a multi-stakeholder approach again to building a lot of this. And we're quite happy to share our learnings, experiences, and best practices as the APAC coalition is formed.
Thank you. Last but not least, I invite Daisuke Furuta for Japan Fact Check Center.
Thank you for having me here. I'm Daisuke Furuta from Japan Fact Check Center. I wish I was in Taipei, but I'm literally giving a lecture in a university in Japan, so I can't make it. I would like to comment on the regional network in APAC. The idea of creating a regional network of fact checkers in the APAC region was first discussed at last year's Global 10 in South Korea. And during the event, there was a session on regional networks with representatives from Europe, Africa, and the Arab world, and South America. But however, there was no such network for APAC. The next time this topic came up with at the APAC Trusted Summit last December, organized by Google, this event held annually in Singapore has been the best and the largest platform for APAC fact checkers to connect. And at that time, a few volunteers, including myself, initiated discussions on the possibility of establishing a regional network in APAC and what goals we should aim for. And after this year's Global Fact in Bosnia-Herzegovina, we finally created a WhatsApp group, which is now 127 members joined and selected a steering committee and are now on the verge of officially launching our activities. Thank you, Ev explained it. And what is the purpose of a regional network alliance? Some organizations like the Europe Fact-Checking Standard Network, EFCSN, established and published their own standards for fact-checking and even certify groups by themselves. And others, like the Arab Network, they support fact-checkers worldwide by providing resources such as Arabic translations for fact-checks related to the Middle East. The scope and activities of these networks vary depending on their size, resources, and funding. The reason why a regional network in APAC emerged later than in other regions is largely due to the vastness of APAC and the incredible diversity among its countries. This diversity extends to language and social cultural context and legal frameworks. And these differences will likely be a recurring topic of discussion as we determine the direction of the APAC network's future activity. The lack of financial backing and dedicated members is also a reason why discussions take time. Sorry, we fact-checkers always worry about money, not because we want to get rich, but because we are too underfunded to do the work that needs to be done. So for the newly established APAC network, the first step should be getting to know each other better. We should start by sharing knowledge about fact-checking and media literacy in this region and collaborate on projects where we can support each other. And
it's okay. I'm afraid that you should shorten your
wrap up. So, yeah, one of the important roles of the APAC network will be to serve as a unified voice when addressing platforms, while individual countries or organizations may struggle to be heard. So it's crucial to represent the collective voice of Asia and the APAC region, home to the world's largest population. This will ensure that our perspectives and concerns are effectively communicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the remaining time for our session is very little, but I would like to ask participants and to give a suggestion or comment on establishing the fact-checking coalition in the Asia Pacific. I think I saw ladies there at the back, and then maybe one gentleman there at the back. So maybe two comments and intervention. Please identify yourself, and you also can ask question to panelists or to just specify the name.
Thank you. Victorio with What to Fix. I'm actually very interested in your respective position. I've been looking a lot at how platforms through their ad revenue sharing programs have actually also been incentivizing a lot of the actors that we are seeing spreading disinformation. And a lot of my work in Myanmar in particular, but also regionally and globally, has really looked at how a lot of the distribution is coming from actors that are content agnostic and really primarily motivated by the funding that they are getting from YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, and a bunch of others. And so I'm wondering if, maybe first a question for Jean-Jacques, if that's something that you're looking at in terms of trends, and if you could share anything about the trends that you found. But also for the broader coalition, our research is showing that Asia is really at the epicenter of the problem. And so I'm curious if, as a coalition, this is an issue that you've been thinking about and discussing and looking at how to tackle.
Thank you. And to gentlemen at the back over there. Yes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Pradipa from Engage Media from Indonesia. I have two questions, if you don't mind. The first one is, I don't want to sound too critical, but since fact-checking efforts heavily involve platforms, I was wondering what happens when platform takes sides. Like, for example, in the Israel and Palestine conflict, Meta took sides and many pro-Palestine content are being shadow banned. So it influenced fact-checking efforts as well. I was wondering what should we do when that kind of things happens. And the second question is, I had been talking to fact-checkers in Indonesia as part of my research. One challenge among several others is empirically measuring its impact and effectiveness. So I was wondering, as we were talking about upscaling it to regional level, if any panelists here and have any insights about measuring effectiveness and impact. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So for the panelists, there are two. The first is responding to the audience comment and question, and second maybe present your last word to close this session. I start from Ibu Sita.
Hi, Victoire. Yeah, and we're aware of the problems. It's definitely forbidden, and we're doing a lot, both in tightening our policies to try and get a better understanding of who advertises on the platforms, and then to take down and stop the money flows. There's always more that we can do, and we will continue to do more and more. I'm not sure.
The lady who first asked the question, did I get it right that you were asking for the Myanmar fact checkers?
Not Myanmar specifically, but I'm actually I'm not talking about the advertisers paying the platform. I'm talking about the platform paying the public.
Yes, and I understood that.
And in that regard, I think what we've observed, not just in Myanmar, but regionally, is the numbers of people that are content agnostic distributing content has grown significantly over the last 5 years. And platforms, YouTube was the first one, but really now we're seeing all the platforms getting into this model coming on board. So I'm looking at fact checkers in the region, with this region being really at the epicenter of the growth of those stakeholders. Are you, as a coalition, but in your respective countries as well, but are you talking to each other about how to tackle this issue and maybe how to engage the platform, who fundamentally are the funding source in that case?
Okay, I can, I mean, we are talking, definitely we are talking with each other, like Eve has mentioned about our meetings in international, like the most recent was the IFCN conference in Sarajevo, where we moved forward with the APAC fact checkers. But you know, like in Taiwan, Verifiles, which is fact-checking group from the Philippines. We have been working with Taiwan Fact Check Center even before this. Like we have been conducting, Verifiles has been conducting fact-checking trainings among Filipino workers here in Taiwan.
Migrant labor.
Yeah, and Taiwan Fact Check Center has been helping us in this activity. Also, you talk about Myanmar. You know, even before the coup, when was the coup? Elections before the coup, we trained, Verifiles trained Myanmar fact-checking, Mido, I think. We trained Mido in fact-checking for elections. And there was elections, right? And it was a very good elections, right? But then the coup happened. So, there was really a bit of problem. But lately we're happy to note that some of the fact checkers who are now based outside Myanmar have gotten reorganized, and we conducted again another fact check training for them, like last June. Yeah. So we have been working together even before the formalization of this coalition.
Yeah, I would like to add just one point, because I just mentioned that the common issue in Asia-Pacific region actually is autocratic regimes. Actually, they doing the information operations. Actually, the government themselves, regime themselves. But there's a blind points of our coalition, of course, because no fact checker in China, no fact checker in Myanmar, and the journalists have to exile from the country, right? So, but if we have the coalition, Asia-Pacific region, then we will pay more attention. Why we try to initiate is because in IFCN, doesn't matter it's in Seoul or in Sarajevo or in Brazil next year, because it's quite a European central and Western Central stage, actually. I can tell that, because their Asia-Pacific issue is quite marginal. In Sarajevo, nobody talking about China. Nobody talking about Southeast Sea, Southeast, South China Sea confliction happening now. A lot of disinformation, but those issues actually be marginalized in the IFCN main stage. So that's why, but so many Asian Pacific fact-checking organization, but there's no voices of them. So that's why we try to struggling on trying to get gathering and to fund a coalition. Of course, the diversity is incredible compare rather than Arabic and compare with Europe or other region. But we are still working on, probably when we set up, then we will more energy and more resources to focus on Myanmar issue, China issue. Yeah, I hope I do reply your concern.
Perhaps last questions. I think I would like to borrow from Alan that commitment to truthfulness is a fundamental issue. Of course, there's always a debate on the truth, on the facts, what is the truth and what is the fact. But I think we have the fact-checking should be committed to that issue. Therefore, the dilemma of the funding and who is funding you, that can be hopefully be settled by getting back to the principles. That's the first question. The second one is you mentioned about whether it's effective or not. Well, fact-checking is not the only way to combat mis or disinformation. There are many ways, but I think the fact-checking can contribute to detect and response, and also the participation from the community. I think it's not effective, maybe not very, very effective, but I think it needs to be there because in some cases it saves a lot of tragedy going forward. So we may not be able to ask, it's not the only panacea, we understand that, but it has to be done in my point of view. Thank you. I give it to back.
Thank you, Sita. So, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we have to come to end this discussion and session. Let's give a round of applause to the panelists. Thank you for your participation, and we hope that this discussion is useful and fruitful. As a note, you can bring all the policy materials, including policy briefs, with you. Thank you.
A quick housekeeping announcement from the Secretariat. Please do come back to this room at 2 p.m. for Digital Leap Enhancing Connectivity in South Asia. Same room here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now lunchtime. Lunch is ready on room 101. Please proceed to level 1. We wish you have an enjoyable dining experience.
IP address, the one who named lovely Taiwan. Yeah. So what I'm doing is the survey's being created by kids to understand their lived experience. Where do they get their news from? How do they know it's news? Both. It's not easy. Yeah. Yes. So one part is the research, listening to them, and on the other side is going to be what do they think the terms and conditions should be, because nobody reads the terms and conditions. They click. And from our research so far, we've done this in 5 countries, asking them to put the questions together so they own it. Then that way we will disseminate it through larger populations. And I'm really happy to have met you. And it's the first time I've been to Taiwan, and I'm like, oh my God, yeah. Yes. I'm here till Friday. Absolutely. Yes. I'm leaving on Saturday, but my session's on Friday morning, and then the closing ceremony, whatever it will be. But is it WhatsApp? Is that your mobile number? What's your WhatsApp number? Okay, so you text. Yeah. I'll email them. This one, WhatsApp is the best one. Yes. I'm going to learn about that one later on. Something new. It's just like the grab vehicle. Yeah, got it. Okay, thank you so much. Excellent.
I don't know what it means. I didn't ask him what it means.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion on Digital Leap, Enhancing Connectivity in South Asia. My name is Omar Ansari, and I'm delighted to moderate this session, which is organized by APrIGF Foundation's Digital Leap South Asia project. Today, we bring together a diverse panel of experts from across the region to explore the challenges that affect internet connectivity in South Asia. This session is not just about understanding the gaps, but also about crafting actionable strategies to bridge them. Our discussion will cover several key areas in 5 themes or segments. Segment 1 would discuss the current state of connectivity in South Asia. Segment 2 will discuss policy frameworks and regulatory measures. Segment 3 will discuss innovative technologies, and segment 4 will discuss partnerships for accelerating connectivity. In the last segment, we'll discuss the role of regional internet registries in foundations. Together, we will explore how these elements can work together or can be brought together to enhance digital access and foster socioeconomic development across South Asia. Let me share with you some statistics from the region. If you look at the map, at the slide, according to ITU, there are 2.6 billion people who remain offline, and about 1.49 billion of this offline population reside in South Asia, which is about 57% of the total offline population in the world. 5 of the South Asian economies have over 50% of their population offline. If you look at the chart, these countries are, for example, Afghanistan, 82% of its population is offline, Pakistan at 79%, Bangladesh 61%, Sri Lanka 56%, India 54%, Nepal 48%. Bhutan and Maldives are comparatively better. They're at 14% offline population. And on this table, you see the number of people or the population that is offline. So this is a challenge that we're looking to discuss and find solution about. Bridging this digital gap in South Asia is key, not only for ensuring equitable access to information and opportunities, but also for fostering social inclusion in economic development. With the insight from our esteemed panelists in interactive engagement from our audiences, both on-site and online, I'm confident we can make significant strides towards a more connected future in South Asia. Our panel includes Raj Singh, CEO of the APrIGF Foundation, Mohammad Sharif, who's online in work as Director of Government and International Relations at Oxika Enterprise Cybersecurity and Agile Solutions. Amrita Chaudhary, Director of CCAOI and Chair APrIGF. Waqas Hassan, Regional Lead for Asia at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. Manesh Opal, Director of ComFirst India Private Limited. Aimal Marjan, CEO Buzz International and consultant at the ITU. I will also be assisted by my colleague Lema Madumi as online moderator, who's connected from Geneva. We have 3 of our panelists here, and 3 of them are connected online. I just want to make sure, are the speakers connected online? Are they online? Can you please confirm?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I would first start with our segment number 1, which is about identifying the problem. That's the current state of connectivity in South Asia. Amrita, I'd like to begin with you. What are the most pressing challenges that limit the connectivity in South Asia?
Thank you, Omar. I think we all know the answers. At least this has been discussed for a lot of time, the pressing. And what I see is perhaps all governments are trying to connect everyone, but trying to understand how people want to be connected is also important. For example, we want to take fiber till the rural area, but would the women from the villages be able to come to that point to access it? Is there electricity in that place? If we are talking about mobile devices, are they compatible? Can they afford smartphones? Could be the question. Are the right of way easily available? You know, we may have those in papers, but is it working? Are we seeing synergy between the different departments who want to digitize with the telecom departments who are normally trying to connect? I think there's a lot of research, a lot of information, lot of reasons why people are have been offline till now, but and are the regulators also trying to map research and findings basis how they could connect or customizing it, because it's always easy to connect the first billion people, but it is difficult to connect the last billion. So I think we have the data points, we have information why they're not connecting, but I think we need to be a bit more creative rather than ticking the boxes. Coming from India, I would say that we have a USO fund. we want to spend it in a particular manner itself, which the government wants. Perhaps that's not adequate. We may want to look at more innovative ways, a bit more flexible approach in who we fund and how people can be connected. And lastly, many times it's not even asked to the people, do they want to connect or how they would want to connect.
Thank you, Amrita. Some really good points. Waqas, what do you think? You worked with the Telecom Regulatory Authority. You have been involved in the social sector as well as well aware of the private sector activities and the connectivity in general in South Asia, particularly in Pakistan. What do you think, how do connectivity challenges affect social inclusion in economic opportunities?
Well, I think it's in every way. If you are not connected, you are missing out on all of the benefits that you can get out of this digital transformation that the world is going through. Particularly in South Asia, if you see, these economic opportunities are, they're already going through a sort of an economic crunch, and digital technologies are supposed to be that segue which sort of gives you that empowerment to go out there and exercise whatever means that you have in terms of digital skills. The problem is when you talk about impact, usually this access and everything, this is taken into terms of connecting the unconnected, right? It is sort of something where people are unconnected, but the main point is how do you actually empower them to use that connectivity meaningfully? It is not just providing access to an area where people can then connect and make sure that the digital opportunity is available to them, but it's also about what kind of experience that they're having with that connectivity. For example, I just talk about gender digital divide, just one part of the social inclusion. In one of the countries that one of the researches that we conducted recently at GDIP, countries are actually set to lose about $500 billion over the next decade, but only and only because of not bridging the digital gender divide. And then, of course, there are other challenges as well. So in a way, if you look at it from that perspective, there is such a profound impact of not being connected that it is hard to actually quantify if you want to have a thorough, complete, overall impact study on this. So I think in terms of a good policy and regulatory environment with investment and with focus on socially inclusive policies, I think that is the way to go if you want to bring the unconnected to the fore. Yep.
Thank you, Waqas. Raj, Waqas has mentioned some interesting challenges, but if we look at the region, especially the 5 countries that have over 50% of their population offline. Except for Afghanistan, I see all of them having direct access to the submarine fiber. But still, most of their population is offline. Why do you think it's so?
Yeah, that's ironic, isn't it? That you've got cable at your door, literally, but yet, in some instances, half your population is offline. Look, I think the problem is multidimensional, right? I don't think we can say it's one thing or the other. In South Asia in particular, I think terrain also has a role to play. We have, my fellow panelists have already mentioned some of the socio-cultural aspects, the regulatory aspects as well. But I think it's, it may sound easy, probably sounds easy to why aren't people connected? One of the reasons, as an example, why LEO sats, people are so interested in low Earth orbit satellites is because we get away from the tyranny of a terrain problem that that's how I describe it, is the tyranny of terrain. In the early part of my career, I did a lot of work deploying telecom systems. And terrain was always a challenge. There's right of way and ease of way, so there's all those licensing sort of issues. But then there's also the fact that, how do you connect up the Himalayas, as an example, or the valleys you have all over South Asia? It's not easy. The second problem, of course, is, it's the dispersed populations we have. Yes, they're big countries, hundreds of millions of people or billions of people, but some of those valleys may only have 50 or 100 people. Right? For a commercial provider to go in and connect them up, there is no economic basis for that, right? So I think we have to realize that. Again, as I say, it's easy to say why aren't people connected, but the problems are actually multidimensional, right? I think there's also been failure on the part of government policies, and not the digital policies or the ICT policies. The thing I see missing is, most of these economies you've mentioned, Omar, have got some sort of rural development policy, right? But are we linking rural development with digital development? I don't think we are, right? Whenever I have a chat with people who work in rural or regional development sort of things, yes, they go with a sector-based thematic, maybe it's agriculture, maybe it's health outcomes or education outcomes. But digital doesn't play a part in their narrative, and I think that's a gap that we haven't quite addressed yet. And some of us have been around this space for maybe 3 decades or so. I have been. And the funny thing is that we're still talking about some of the same issues that I was involved with in the 90s when it was under ICT4D, and we were going to set up this telecenters which was going to revolutionize everything. The problems remain the same. And last week when we were having a chat amongst the panelists, I said that it's funny that we still keep talking about it, and one of my fellow panelists said, yes, but that also means we haven't actually solved the problem, right? So some of those issues still exist. So I'll stop there because I think you've got a few of our friends online who want to intervene as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Raj. So this was our first segment. We wanted to understand the connectivity, the problem, bigger problem, which is the current state of connectivity in South Asia. The segment 2, we would like to discuss policy frameworks and regulatory measures. We have Aimal in Mahesh online, in Wakas here with us. And I'd like to ask Aimal first. Aimal, can you hear me? Are you online with us? Okay. You worked as the Deputy Minister in Afghanistan for Ministry of IT, Communications in IT. You also helped ITU with strategies in the Pacific region. If you look at the South Asia, what policy changes do you think are need to improve to improve connectivity? In what areas, based on your experience and knowledge in working in the region?
Thank you very much, Omar. Pleasure to be with you. Of course, I will build on what Raj just mentioned, and that is that the disconnect between the policies when it comes to telecom and connectivity and then the rural. But then on the other side, we have the universal service funds in each country. But one big issue is that how are those the USF are being managed and designed? Because when we bring up this discussion of the rural development policies versus the telecom and digital connectivity, then the debate is that there is an USF there. But then the problem is that USF is not being utilized the way it is. I would say that it is hard to find a study where you can see that all the countries which are having the USFs, what is the percentage that they are actually utilizing the USF? If you look at each country, you will see that all of the USFs are sitting in their bank accounts, more than 50% of the USFs are sitting in the bank accounts. So that is one big area. Because if you ask the private sector, they will say that I'm already contributing. What else can I contribute? So that's one big area that USF should be managed in a much more right way. The public-private partnerships are not encouraged. That needs a more central stage because that will then help us to go more into deep pockets to have a more localized activities, and then once that localized activities are there, then we need a much more proper regulation around the infrastructure sharing, because then that will do a lot of cost cutting. So the infrastructure sharing process is not encouraged a lot in the countries that we are having a discussion. And then at the same time, we don't have subsidies specifically more tailored toward rural connectivities and incentives given to private sector in more rural connectivity areas. So these are a number of areas that the regulator should come out from their classic way of approaching. Because one dilemma that we have, I would say more as taboo in South Asia, is the private sector versus the regulator, and then the third dimension is people. There is a disconnect, and it needs a lot of work there. That the regulator, they should come out and be very flexible and be at ease with private sector and people to formalize when they are formalizing regulation policies, keeping in mind the actual problems in these areas and regions. So that's what I would comment on.
Thank you, Aimal. Mahesh, Aimal mentioned that there is a universal access fund. In some cases, this fund is not utilized in its setting at the bank accounts. So it seems it's not a funding challenge. It could be more of a management issue. And then there comes like issues with regards to innovation and regulation. How do you think these two could balance together in order to kind of ensure the services are affordable, as well as they encourage innovation and protect the consumers? Mahesh, can you hear me? Are you with us?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So,
sorry, my apologies.
My question was, how can regulations balance promoting innovation while ensuring affordability and consumer protection?
Sure. No, first, thanks, Omar, and it's a great pleasure to be in this meeting with such important stakeholders as well as fellow panelists, all of whom are bigger experts than I know. So this is something very important. I think what Aimal just said is important, and I think you also resonated with that, which is, of course, the whole issue of US funds and also the role of government. And I think it's fair to say that governments, by and large, have not made a great success of the business of connectivity across the world, whether it was as players that they used to be or as now the people managing these US funds. And I think a key challenge is really that not only are the governments unable to do this, but the licensing regimes that they have in most of South Asia particularly and elsewhere are actually not very conducive to dealing with some of the issues that you raised in the first segment. For example, I think a point that Raj also made, that for instance, rural areas where the large majority of the unconnected reside are actually largely very expensive to connect because the populations are largely sparse, populations are low. And therefore, I think it is important that regulators as well as governments recognize the need to ensure that at least on their end, they are able to reduce costs. So for example, in virtually all countries that I'm familiar with in South Asia, there is actually a fee to even offer services. Now, I don't think it is rocket science to recognize that the minimum we can do is to reduce the cost of providing services in those areas. So I think now it's absolutely true that you might want to prevent unearned profits. You should certainly tax profits, but certainly not add costs to providing these services. So that is one clear this. And these levies are also whether it's license fees and various other levies, they also pose other problems that are often ignored by regulators, which is that once you start imposing levies on one set of players, then that creates a new sectional interest. Then that becomes a barrier to providing any kind of incentives to other players. So I think these levies, which are simply the permission to offer services, these certainly are a key problem I've noticed in at least developing countries and certainly in South Asia. So, and once that goes, then you also remove obstacles to participation by smaller players. Because it's absolutely true that some of these problems can actually be addressed more effectively by entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs in rural areas, entrepreneurs in areas which are otherwise unserved. And they certainly can do a whole lot of what in India we call jugaad. They can work with several partners to make it happen. Unfortunately, for example, in India, I know, and I think this is true of many other places, any kind of bundling of services, let's say the local electricity company wanted to offer telecoms, is not easy in India, for instance, because of the way the license fees are structured. So there is many of these services would be easier to provide if the bundling of services was possible. Unfortunately, that again is something that our own regulations are not very friendly towards. So that is another. And the third thing, I think, is that we must recognize that we also need to work on demand. Regulators have to work on demand. And I think they themselves, besides freeing up entry, besides ensuring that costs come down, they also need to ensure that a certain kind of usage, which increases data usage, which in turn helps develop markets, which in turn then provides incentives for investment, are done. So for example, one area which is often ignored is actually the role of entertainment. And as we know, a large part of data usage, whether it's urban or rural, is actually entertainment. And it's entertainment which is actually the major incentive to investment in these areas, and in the process, delivering the benefits of all-round connectivity. So I think regulators have to be more creative. Policymakers have to make sure that the costs come down and enable entrepreneurs to come into this field more actively and more aggressively. I think this problem is solvable, because it's not as if the private sector has not succeeded in these areas. We have seen phenomenal growth of connectivity, and yet that connectivity, as we know, is a challenge for many other people. And I thought some of these points that I've raised might help mitigate some of these issues. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Mahesh. Waqas, some very, very good suggestions in the issues that were discussed by the two panel members, private sector versus government versus people, and then the issues of creating demand, people living in rural areas, and as Raj said, that the rural development and digital development, these are not connected. What do you think can we learn from the international best practices when it comes to connectivity in South Asia?
I think the main takeaway would be inclusive policy making and a flexible regulatory approach, I would say. The policy development process has been inherently very close when it comes, especially in South Asia, but now regulators and the policymakers are starting to realize that the need and the importance of having the opinions of all stakeholders when the policy is being developed. And once that happens, the implementation of that policy also gets easier. In our region, we were talking about it in our workshop yesterday as well, that policies are, are being rolled out by a dozen, but when it comes to implementation, that's where the problem lies now. And implementation of these policies, of course, requires resources as well. I'll just give you an example. For example, since you're talking about USF and everything, community networks, for example, right? Where government can't reach, or where even the operator can't reach, or even in some cases our USF can't reach, that's where connectivity has been provided by organizations, and the communities have actually built their own networks. What the government probably needs to do is just to facilitate that process. I mean, that facilitation could be just staying out of the way, but I'm just saying that if there was a positive environment around it, and if those USF funds could be channeled towards some sort of a support to those, that's a sustainable model. That is a good prime example of how that connectivity can be reached with some government support and policy. There are other examples. For example, there are regulatory sandboxes. Spectrum has been given out for free as well. In some countries, like I would also give an example of India, as Dr. Mahesh just mentioned, or spectrums at easy terms. Especially in Pakistan, the industry has been asking that for 5G, there should be easier terms for spectrum. Maybe no upfront spectrum fee. It could be in installments and all. So I'm just saying that once these policies are being formed, and if there is opinion of all stakeholders taken, while that policy was being developed, that is a good international best practice that is ready. That's off the shelf. You can just adopt that straight away. Yeah.
Thank you, Waqas. I'd like to mix it up a little bit in open questions or ideas to the audiences. If you have any suggestions, any thoughts or questions, let's take 2 or 3 maximum. So the 3 hands raised. You can either use one of these mics or okay.
Yeah. Right. So hi, I'm Lokendra. My question is on the USF. So what is the quantum of USF we are looking at in the South Asian countries? Do we have the numbers with us? Do we have some figures? And have any studies been done whether those numbers, the quantum of money we have in those specific funds, sufficient to address digital divide in South Asia?
This question is to the whole panel? Or
yeah, whole
specific
panel.
person?
Whole
okay. Anybody who has information about this can respond to it. Mahesh, okay. Mahesh, would you like to comment on that?
Sure, I can. I don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but they run into billions. I know that in India, certainly, that the government often makes the point that this money is not lying around. It is actually a part of the consolidated fund. And to suggest that this money is being wasted or somehow idle is not correct. However, the challenge is real, and Lokendra makes a very important point. There have been several studies, particularly from Andy Diamond, who has worked extensively on universal service funds over the years. And I think the real challenge, again, in my humble opinion, is still there are 2 things. One is, of course, that we have licensing regimes in all these countries, and so the governments constantly face pulls from various sources as to how this money should be allocated and to which operator, and the whole process tends to be very contentious. And because the whole sector is licensed, the people who can actually make better use of this funding, they usually don't even qualify to receive this funding. And this is one big issue. And and we've had, for example, in the Indian case, there is huge flexibility in how it can be used. But of course, governments also have a problem in trying to do it transparently, because it is public money and it needs to be handled in a certain process. And governments, at least in the past have struggled to create processes which are both able to attract the right kind of people and are also sufficiently efficient, because really what you want is not only just the allocation of money, but allocation in a way that the people who need it do not have to run through hoops to get it, to have a huge amount of documentation, etc., and yet are still accountable. So this has been a challenge for most governments, and it is a big challenge also because we forget that the size of the problem in India is huge, and as it is in South Asia generally. So we are not talking about, let us say, a country like the US, or for that matter, some parts of Europe, where some small areas, some niche populations need support. That tends to be easier to manage. But if you have a situation like India, where for example, even the number of connections in rural areas are half of the population, half of the connections in urban areas, while the population is almost twice as much, more than twice as much. So these are big challenges. So to manage US funds at scale is even a bigger problem. So I'll just stop here, just to give you a flavor of the challenges involved.
Thank you, Mahesh. We had two other hands raised. Please go ahead. Yeah. There was one person here. Do you still want to, or it was you? All right. So you go ahead, please, and then you. We can take more questions in the next round. I said, mentioned, we will just take 3 now, and then there will be more opportunities for you too. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance to ask a question. So I'm from Myanmar. My name is Bradley. So Myanmar is a country where you didn't include in the chat. So in Myanmar, right now, in 2021, we had a coup, and the military government is imposing internet shutdowns like over 300 times, and it is continuous. So out of over 300 townships, we have now over 80 townships were blacked out. So it is a luxury to use internet from your bedroom in Myanmar. So in that kind of scenario, as a new democratic Myanmar, if hypothetically, if you are a digital minister of Myanmar, which sector are you going to emphasize? The panelists talk about the LEO satellites. You talk about the community networks. So which area should we prioritize, given that the infrastructure is damaged and also a lot of internet shutdowns are happening? Thank you.
Thank you. So we can put that question to Aimal, but before that, let's take the second question, the third one as well. Can you move the mic there as well? Aimal, you can respond to the question from Myanmar.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you please introduce yourself?
I'm Neth Danya from the Philippines, from etc. Group. I'd like to address my question to Raj, and also related to what the gentleman from Myanmar is saying. Because you actually mentioned that many of us who have been in the development work have been facing the same development challenges, hearing the same problems again and again for the last 30 years. I'm part of that generation. But I don't get tired listening to that, because that only tells us that, as you said, the problem persists, the reality still exists. And I think the whole discussion about development divide, development challenges also gets reflected or echoed in the digital space. No? The digital divide is, in most cases, reflecting development divide and also the challenges. So my question is like, this has to do with governance as well. Because a lot of, in many instances, I've raised this about the reality that we deal with governments. I am not from South Asia, but many of this also resonates in Southeast Asia, where I'm from. Many of the problems, in many situations, in the case of many governments, you actually deal with a situation where you have limited resources. The cake doesn't grow. but then those who divide the cake is competing all the time. Then you add digitalization. And in many cases, that's also competing with those who receive the slices in a very limited way. Health, for example. Like you actually add health, digitalization of health in a situation where you have very limited resources, no resources at all in building rural clinics, much less hospitals, providing doctors or nurses. And then here comes the push for going digital on health, like teleconsultation, telemedicine, and all that, like still occupying the same slice of the cake. So in the process of that competition, and in reality, that also competes with priorities on the ground. No? Instead of building a bit of barrio clinics, here we'll just establish some connection with Starlink so people can do teleconsultations. And this is not hypothetical. I've encountered this even in the city where I live, in Davao City. How do you deal with that? The reality that the slice, the cake doesn't grow, the slices get even more limited, and then you add the digital lens in all this. Because you said that rather than looking at the problem, you actually have to look at digitalization or connectivity as part of the solution, or addressing the, I may be quoting you wrongly, addressing the existing development challenges. So I know it's a very complicated question, but it's a question that comes up again and again in many spaces.
Thank you very much. So I will let Aimal address the first question just quickly, and then Raj, if you could take the second question. Aimal, you're still with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Think what happened in Myanmar. It's a very specific case where the government comes in and they start shutting down, and specifically the issue of the military involvement. But in certain cases, as we always say, that challenges brings up new opportunities. The government has to open up the market for new investors. Of course, they have to come up with more encouraging policies so that the investors can come in and fill the gaps. And that's the only way to take care of the problem. And on the other side, shutting down the internet or limiting the access, or making it so that the young generation, they don't be able to access it or afford it. So it's all about how open the government is. As I mentioned earlier, the third dimension is always the people. So we have to keep people more involved into the policy dialogues, policy discussions. Waqas also mentioned earlier that the community, involvement of the community. So we have to balance this private sector, regulator, and the people triangle. So to make better policies and have our sector moving forward and embracing new technologies, innovation, and services. So it comes down to the government and the government policies, and how the government is actually addressing the issues on ground.
Thank you, Aimal. I will let Raj respond to the question later, but we have another very interesting segment that's on innovative technologies. We have a very experienced panelist with us, Sharif from Maldives. In Maldives, you all know, is an island country. South Asia itself is a very, very interesting geography. We have landlocked countries there, and there are countries that are island countries. Sharif is bringing a lot of experience in the sector. And I'd like to ask him, which technologies, Sharif, do you think have shown most promise in extending internet access that could be utilized for South Asian connectivity?
Thank you, Omar, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are having a wonderful time at IGF. I wish I was there, but it's Nevertheless, wonderful to connect with you online. As we talk about digital connectivity and connecting the unconnected, specifically about the technologies we can use, I want to start off by emphasizing that enhancing connectivity is not just about technology. As Vikas pointed out, it's really about empowering communities and transforming lives. So let me share a little bit of experience from the Maldives. Now, when we think of Maldives, when you think of Maldives, I'm sure you're thinking 500,000 people, the smallest country in South Asia. In fact, let me just quickly put this in context. In fact, Maldives is 90,000 square kilometers. So that is like Portugal or Hungary. In fact, it is not the smallest country to connect to. It is the smallest population to connect to, but it is a large ocean-based country where small population is distributed across 820 kilometers. And despite these challenges, as you saw in the first presentation, we are now left with the hardest part of our journey, connecting the last 15%, depending on who you ask, 14, 15%. This in fact is, but how have we got there, right? And through that, I hope to illustrate and bring out the technologies. First, I wish I was in the previous segment, because our approach in the Maldives has been purely policy-driven. Successive 5-year policies that have driven this development. There's no universal service fund that is kind of operational in Maldives. Community networks is a thing that we are only now starting to talk about. As we come to the hardest part, of course, we have to talk about the best solutions. We started with geo satellite gateway, and then distributed it across this 820 kilometers by using point-to-point microwave links. In fact, for many years, we held the world record for the longest over-ocean microwave link in the world. And this, through policy interaction, through partnership, and through market development, was transformed into a submarine cable system. Now 2 submarine cable systems connect our islands from north to south. And our internet gateway, which we started with a small gateway using geostationary satellite, first got transformed via a submarine cable to India. That was our first submarine cable where transformation really started to happen. And then during COVID, we had our second investment in submarine cable, connecting Maldives first to India, next to Sri Lanka. Now we have 2 connections, submarine connections, 2 gateways, but through our neighboring countries. Currently, last year and this year, we have now landed 2 more submarine cables directly into the internet core. One is the India Asia Express, the IAX cable system, which will connect us all the way to East Singapore and all the way to Europe. This is an investment by the government. Second cable that landed just a few months ago is the Peace Cable, Pakistan, East Africa connecting Europe cable. And this cable landed to the north of the country. And a third cable that just got inaugurated is the CMV6. So going forward, we will be connected from under the sea by 5 cables. I think the first cable is now coming to the end of its life, but we will be connected, number 1, through policy-driven approaches, submarine cables. And then we're the first country to introduce Starlink. Last year, we introduced Starlink. Starlink is definitely not a cheap solution. It's not meant to be affordable, but it provides connectivity to our large oceans. It provides connectivity to our airspace. What does that mean? As a tourism, fisheries-based country, if you come to Maldives, you would love to take an air taxi ride. Would you like to be connected, live stream your views as you fly over the Maldives Islands? Yes, this is what Starlink can bring. Starlink can bring European quality or high quality, low latency internet to niche use cases. Also, it brings a vibrancy to the market. So existing players then innovate and bring out new internet products. Then, of course, other technologies, right? It is not just, as I said, about the connectivity and the numbers. How do we really make it, transformative? So other technologies we've invested in the last couple of years is digital public infrastructure. Our digital identity is used by nearly 80% of the adult population. So your driver's license, your identity card, your disability card, your marriage card, everything on one app. And passwordless connection to digital services just by tapping on an icon on this app, not just to the public services or government services, but also to pure internet, digital banking services, and telco services currently available through the digital identity. Our national financial gateway now provides connectivity between all the banks. And we have now a banking population over 95% banking. And most of them use the banking apps to do all their financial transactions. Plus, for many years, we've had islands of innovation in the government where different portals have been providing government services. Now we've started an initiative called the OneGov to bring all these portals into one common place. So this demand, investing in digital public infrastructure to create the demand to make this connectivity, the huge investments we are making in terms of bringing the internet and expanding our gateway to the rest of the world is really about DPIs. And of course, now we are talking about community networks, but not in the sense of the community networks that we normally talk about. In the Maldives, we have a second tier of companies or second tier of ISPs who provide networks on some of these smaller islands. And they, as one of the speakers pointed out, they bundle cable TV with internet on these islands. And now we're talking about public access networks. As our local governance matures, these local councils have started talking about, because now they've got the opportunity to have their own commercial enterprises, to have these public access networks owned and operated by the local councils. So, and of course, looking forward, some of the more interesting technologies that we are interested in is things like the Google Tara project. I had a recent opportunity to see some of these fiber but not fiber connections using lasers. And there are indigenous technologies being developed in India that are similar. And of course, Google is testing the Tara project in India as well. And this, I think, would actually replace the cost of laying fiber and the cost of upgrading and maintaining and reaching this last 15% and last 50% for many of us.
Thank you very much, Sharif.
And before I finally conclude, I just want to say that we should be doing this, right? We should be doing this on our terms. So we've got 1.9 billion people in this sub-region. So we should be able to connect all of them on our terms so that we actually take the best of our cultures, our languages, and values, and are preserved and thrive in the digital future that we build for us in this South Asia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharif. We only have 9 minutes left, unfortunately. I would like to take those two other questions from the floor, and then we can conclude it with the panelists. The next topics, if you can cover in your concluding remarks, could be partnership for accelerating connectivity, innovation, and also the role that regional internet registries in foundations, including the APrIGF Foundation, can play to enhance connectivity in South Asia. So I saw earlier there were 2 hands raised. One was you. Please go ahead, but please make it very brief, very short, not more than a minute, so that we can conclude in time.
Thank you, sure. I'm Neeti, I work with the Internet Society. My question is for Vikas, but probably also for Raj and Amrita. So when we talk about connectivity, especially in a region like ours, I'm wondering how this agenda then overlaps with Vikas. GDIP now has a framework for meaningful access, so does ISOC, and so do a bunch of other organizations that are somehow aligned with the SDG 2030 agenda. So I'm wondering, you know, when we talk about digital connectivity, how is that overlapping with the meaningful access agenda, and, you know, how adequate are our efforts to connect, and if they're not meaningful, then what does that mean for that other agenda?
Thank you very much. There was another one. Okay, so let's take these two, and then we can, no more questions. Okay, let's go. One and then.
Hi, my name is Upasna. I'm with the Internet Society Foundation. My question is for everybody, I guess, and it's building off of what Mr. Sharif said, is about subsea cables. And I think one of the things that we probably haven't discussed in this conversation, and I'm not sure if it falls within the purview of it, is this looming threat of climate change and its impact on internet infrastructure. And I think when we talk about connectivity, we should be also thinking about how can we make these infrastructures more resilient. And I feel that given how high risk climate change is as a threat, to ensure that connectivity is stable. We've already seen a lot of global outages, especially in Africa, but given the terrain that we have and given the reliance on submarine cables, I think it's a very important topic that needs to be part of this discourse. So my question to all of you is that we've spoken about innovative technologies, we've spoken about policy frameworks, we've spoken about community. Where do you see this becoming a part of this discourse, and why are we so behind? Because I see that when we talk about AI, we're already thinking about imagining future risks and finding ways to mitigate it, but I don't see that happening in issues about, when we speak about internet connectivity, we are still talking about issues of today. So my question is that.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Shruti. I work with a Delhi-based tech policy think tank called The Dialogue. My question was with respect to how do we see the role of competition laws and policies with respect to enhancing greater connectivity. Like, for instance, I'll take the example of India. We've seen monopolies and duopolies quite often in markets, and that also tends to undermine to some extent the connectivity and the opportunities that can come if there are greater participation in the telcos sector. So this is the first part. The second part also, we talked a lot about policy frameworks, but also a little bit on policy clarities. Like, for instance, I'll take the example of spectrum allocation, especially satellite spectrum allocation. And for a long time in India as well, there was a lot of discussion around whether administrative allocation is more feasible or it should be an auction-based model. It was clarified to some extent in the new Telecommunication Act. But we see these kind of redundancies and these kind of confusions in different jurisdictions and policies, and a lot of it is inspired by politics and other underlying agendas and objectives. So how that can be tackled better and there can be greater policy clarity in a way which is evidence-based and which ensures that it is in the best interest of enhancing connectivity.
Thank you very much. Lema, if you're with us, are there any questions from online participants? If you can give us like a 1-minute summary of what has been asked, if there are any.
Hi, hello everyone. No, we don't have any question from online participants.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I will give 30 seconds to each of our panel members. If you can conclude it, and later on we'll have more discussions about these issues. They're very, very interesting topics raised. So please go ahead. We'll start with Amrita, please.
Last concluding remarks. I don't think we'll be able to address your questions. I think deep sea cables people who provide deep sea cable connectivity work on this, they may not be discussing it because they would not want outages. And they definitely talk about how they do not have outages. That's one. Second, sorry, to take time, I think spectrum we could talk later because spectrum is always taken as equivalent to money coming. So I think those things should be changed. I would not be able to take the others, I think, because we just have 3 minutes.
Wakas?
Yeah, well, I think 30 seconds what I can say is meaningful connectivity, of course, means has a different meaning for everybody. Like for me, it is just different. For you, it might be different. That is why you also see a different in definitions as well. You know, ISOC has its own, GDIP has its own, ITU has its own, and all that. What matters is, in my opinion, a universal meaningful connectivity, which means it's not just that you have a device or you have a connection and you have the means to, you know, but you also have to have the means to afford it, and you also have to have the supportive environment where you can actually learn skills and make the best use of it. So whatever definition or whichever forum we follow, the most important point is it has to be an enabling policy and regulatory environment backed by leadership commitment and of course private sector interventions, right, a market environment that can only achieve this meaningful connectivity. And
Thank you very much. Aymal, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I would say, I mean, it's not possible to conclude everything in 30 seconds, but overall, I see that the governments, regulators, they need to be open. They need to open up their policies. But that's a problem because they have their own set of agendas. They follow their own set of agendas, and they are not fully connected. That's why you don't see regulators, government, or even the private sector, the telcos, in such sessions that we are having here. I mean, it's more like the researchers and the advocacy groups are having such sessions and such panels and these type of events because for them, for the private sector and for the government, they have their own set of agendas and they're only following that. And it's more in the monetary issues, or one of the colleagues mentions more the political issues. So it needs this mindset change. And we are not like 2-3 decades away in the back, but we are moving in the future. So the governments and the regulators should change their approach towards what the future is.
More open. Thank you very much, Aymal. Mahesh, what can you say in 30 seconds?
Yeah, you know, we've been talking about evidence-based regulation and policy. I think one thing is very clear, that competition in this market has worked wonders for communities and people in this region. The second thing is competition, as Raj also pointed out, is not working everywhere. There is market failure, as economists say, and there the role of regulators and policymakers is critical. And the point that Niti made about meaningful connectivity is absolutely spot on, because really our focus has only been on connectivity as in wireline or wireless connectivity, but there are several aspects, whether it is the issue of content, whether it's the issue of devices, whether the issue of relevant content, etc. So those things are things that we will need to focus on. Otherwise, the connectivity would just be very partially useful.
Thank you, Mahesh. Sharif, 30 seconds. We're out of time. But if you could conclude in 30 seconds, any remarks you would like to share?
Thank you. I would like to definitely say that when we talk about meaningful connectivity, I think of it as transformative connectivity. If the connectivity can help people change their station in life, that's a good start. And then, of course, resilience. One of the questions was about resilience. I think as a region, as a sub-region, we should be investing in indigenous technologies, our own submarine cable laying vessels, our own capacity, our own, non-fiber point-to-point connectivity, and with our own capacity being built is the only way to stay resilient in a world like ours now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharif. Raj, you're the last person in the panel.
Look, lots to say, but I won't. Maybe some of these conversations we can continue outside. But just some very quick interventions. One on spectrum. I've forever have had issues with how we auction off our spectrum. And the simple thing is this, right? If someone's paying you a couple of $100 million or $1 billion in some instances for buying that spectrum, as a business, and I used to come from the business world, or I did come from the business world, I want a ROI. The only way I'm going to get that ROI is by including the cost of that spectrum in the subscription that I charge my customers. There's no other answer for that, right? So yet we have governments which keep on thinking that it's going to beef up their treasury and they want to maximize money from spectrum. So I've always had an issue with that. And I think that needs to be called out a bit more. Niti talked about all these organizations doing their own thing. Well, that's part of the problem, isn't it? Everyone is so territorial. There's a money stream coming into that particular organization, and they want to sell their narrative. So that's why you have a lot of competing programs. They're not just overlapping, they're actually duplicating each other's work. And that's wasted resources, wasted money, and wasted donor funding. My friend from the Philippines, I think I need to unpack a little bit more because you said a lot of things, so I think we need to have a discussion later. But one of the other gaps I've seen is that when there really is a whole of government approach when it comes to digital, right? You've got your ICT ministries, your IT ministries, now we're calling them digital ministries, right? But are they actually taking a whole of government approach? No, because finance does its own thing. Energy will do its own thing, right? And that's where I think part of the problem lies, because the prioritization is not happening at the core level. And for that, you need a champion in government. And very few of our government leaders, I'm afraid to say, are actually champions, because they're too concerned about their political future. I'll stop.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Omar.
As a moderator, I've taken some notes, a few points. Infrastructure investment in expansion, one of the ideas in area that needs to be worked on. Policy and regulatory reform, public-private partnerships, capacity building in digital literacy, regional cooperation in knowledge sharing, supporting innovative technologies, inclusive internet governance, affordable access solutions, and being open. It was a beginning of a very good discussion about South Asia connectivity, but this is not the end of it. We just had like a few ideas, and there's a lot that needs to be discussed and worked on. I thank all the speakers and the participants for their time and active participation, and we look forward to engaging with you again. The panel will be outside. We can continue our discussion there. And we are also doing the same thing, the same session at the Global IGF later in the year. Please join us, and we look forward to being in touch with you. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Raj, you have to bring the card of Raj. No, Raj's name. No. Okay.
Hello. Hi, Bea. Just checking if you can hear me on the online room.
Yep. Hi, Luke. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great.
可以放一下 Zoom 的 room。And just checking in on the online speakers. Okay. Yep, we can see you.
All right. Yep, so we're complete over here on our end, Luke.
I can check with them. And these slides.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sure. All right. Yep. 对，我会跟他们啊，对，可以开始。All right, welcome everyone to our workshop titled Securing Trust, Ethical Governance and Championing Children's Digital Rights. And the previous session here was titled Digital Leap, Enhancing Connectivity in South Asia. And one of the key issues mentioned or touched upon was actually the gaps in digital literacy. And I feel that that's a great point and a great transition into our session here, which will focus on child online safety and digital rights, where we aim to illuminate the Asia-Pacific perspective on children's digital rights. And to help us with this, I'll now be introducing our speakers. With me here today, I have Ted Liu from Taiwan's Ministry of Education, offering his insights from his work in digital rights in education. Also with me, I have Andy, Program Manager at ECPAT Indonesia, who is dedicated to combating child exploitation through the Down to Zero initiative. And joining us online, we have Agita Pasaribu, founder of Bulied Indonesia, who has made a significant impact in combating online gender-based violence, supporting over 100,000 Indonesians. Also joining us online, we have Omar, who is a 17-year-old advocate from Bangladesh, leading Project OMNA, a mobile app focused on mental well-being and children's digital rights. We also have Ella Seri, the Manager of International Engagement at Australia's E-Safety Commissioner, driving global partnerships to enhance online safety, who is also joining us online. So in this panel, we're bringing together youth representatives, academics, civil society, and government to engage in a meaningful dialogue. And our goal is to spark conversations that can hopefully lead to positive change, making the internet a safer and more inclusive space for all children in the Asia Pacific. So without further ado, our first question for today is on the topic of grassroots empowerment for equitable access and inclusivity. And for this, I'd like to call upon Andy. And the question that I'd like to pose to him is, what barriers can hinder equitable, safe access for children of diverse genders, backgrounds, and abilities? Andy, over to you.
Thank you, Luke. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andy Ardian as Program Manager at APrIGF Indonesia. I work with the Down to Zero Alliance in Indonesia, specifically focusing in the combating the child sexual exploitation. Yeah. So I will be present about the children across the Asia must be empowered as an expert speaker, yeah, to advocating their digital life. Because you know, in our program, Down to Zero program, we are also working with to protecting children in the offline and online issue. We know that in this situation now, we're facing the digital environment for the children is mostly vulnerable because internet, the first time established is not for using by the children. It is not proposed by the children activity. But now, in every children activity, they cannot avoid to using the internet. Yeah. Down to Zero Alliance is working in the 12 countries in Asia and Latin America since 2016. We work together to advocating the voice of the children, to empowering also the children to become more empowered and also be the experting speaker with their peer and also to the advocating the stakeholder also. Yeah. So we know that in the online environment, people facing the online risk because of the barrier of the children regarding the equitable safe access. Yeah. You know that mostly in Asia, social and cultural barrier is become higher because our perspective about the gender equitable for the women or girls and boys is different. Yeah, mostly the boys is encouraging to using the internet, but the girls is sometimes is not have same access with the boys. This stereotype of the gender's perspective in Asia is become more vulnerable for the children. Yeah. And also, mostly the Asia country came from the development country. So many people live in the middle low income. So they cannot afford to buy the smartphone or the computer, and also pay the bill of the internet access. Yeah. That's why it is not the same access for the children. And Asia country, mostly in Indonesia, you know that we have like many islands. Not all of the island have the same access with the mostly the urban area or the big city. This is also become the barrier, because not every children have same access to accessing the internet. And also because not only the internet infrastructure, but also the others, for example, the electricity supply and others. Yeah. And mostly in Asia, digital literacy is not become the most important educating point for the children. Many countries doesn't have like digital curriculum for their education for the children, and it is make children more vulnerable because they actually study from to knowing the internet by their daily activity. So without knowing their risk when they active in the online, they don't aware about the inappropriate content they face in the online, and also about the cyberbullying and also the sexual exploitation in the online issue. And lack of the policy and also the regulation of the child protection system. It could be make the children more vulnerable, because, for example, in Indonesia, until now we still continue to prepare the president's regulation and also the government's regulation for the child protection in the online. We don't have like specifically regulation who specifically education for the children to protecting children in the online. Still on the process, yeah. But it is our advocating since 2015. So after 9 years, we advocating the government. So the government's now willing to have like a regulation about the child protection. So it is important to empowering children to speak. How we can use children to have like accessibility to confidence to speaking. It is have to be us as adult, as stakeholder, as the government, to bring them to involving the child protection mechanism system. Yeah. We know that they have like insight of knowing about their activity, their risk in the online, but mostly the regulator doesn't want to involving them when develop the policy. Yeah. But you know that based on our experience and our knowing to engage with the children, feedback from the children will be make the better regulation, because it is will have like answering the real challenging of the children in the online. So that's why effective and more responsible, responsive child protection system have to be involving children to engage with the policy. And also listening to the children perspective is become important. We know that they are a creator and innovator in the next future user of the IT. They have experience and also aspiration also to speak what they face in the online. So listening what their view, their perspective, it will be make the government have like truly meet with the need of the child protection regulator that will be built in from the government. So it is important to involving children in every our activity. We can involve them with the research. For example, we already conducting research and put them as the actor who involved to be interviewer and also analyze the data. Yeah? So they will be more powerful if they know exactly what they have to do, and with the data they will provide the stakeholder with the good knowledge. Yeah. And also another activity to build like the community guideline, the code of conduct, and also the online safety material. Because involving children to develop the material is also willing meet with the need of information by the children. And this is why also they need the educational content who existing and answering the emergency issue about the children. So as adult, as the government, as the stakeholder, as the industry, we also give them the accessible to have information, to study, and also to empowering their capacity.
Okay, Andy, I think in the best interest of time,
yeah. And this is why we have to call to action. The last is we have to bring the children to the meaningful participation of the regional forum and others who develop the policy. Yeah. So that is
right.
That's
Thank
all
you, Andy.
for my presentation here. Thank you.
Just to summarize before we move on to the next topic, as a Malaysian myself, neighboring Indonesia, I can definitely agree that in the Southeast Asian region, barriers can include gender, socioeconomic status, accessibility, infrastructure, and also digital literacy being sidelined. And how we can overcome this is to include children in the policymaking process, reflecting the multi-stakeholder approach in the IG community. So to move on to the next topic, I'd like to call upon Agita online. And Agita will be talking about digital literacy, specifically the strategies for critical thinking and ethical engagement. Agita, over to you.
Thank you, Luke. Hi, everyone. I'm Agita Basaribu. I'm a founder and executive director of Bullied App. We are a pioneering tech charity in Indonesia. We're focusing on victim support, preventions, and advocacy against online gender-based violence and cyber harassment. And we are pretty young. Over the past 4 years, we've supported more than 220,000 people across Indonesia. And the fact that 37 of those are children and young people under the age of 17 years old. And that brings us our discussion today, that our children, the digital natives, are not just the casual internet of users. They are at the front of the digital revolutions, and often at the forefront of digital risk. In Indonesia alone, we see nearly 9 out of 10 children aged 10, 15 years old use the internet, and the number has doubled since 2018. We also see this similar trends across Asia. But with more internet use comes more risk. So over 49 of young internet users in our region face online bullying and harassment. And according to National Commissions for Children Protections in Indonesia, reported just recently, there are over 190,000 reports on child online exploitation cases for the past 3 years. And these aren't just numbers, right? These are our children. They are facing real harm and a real need for actions. So I think the question is, how do we equip our children to navigate this digital world safely and responsibly? So I think we must prioritize, I think we've heard it a lot, age-appropriate digital literacy educations. The government needs to integrate digital citizenship into national curriculum, starting at an early age. And this approach doesn't just teach technical skills, it emphasizes the critical thinking about online content and interactions. And we also need to add and focusing on empowering children to protect their own rights online. Just as we teach our children about their rights in the physical world, we must also educate them about their rights in digital spaces. It includes the privacy, the right of access information, and the right to be protected as well from exploitations. But I think we also see the point when we often overlook to truly educate our children on digital literacy, we must first empower and educate parents and teachers. Because in the end of the day, digital literacy isn't just about school subject, isn't it? It is a life skill that needs reinforcement at home and in the classroom. So we have our program called our Cyber Safety for Kids. And we found that 90% of parents felt not equipped to guide their children to do online activities. And meanwhile, only 10% of teachers reported feeling quite confident in teaching digital literacy skills. So what we see is that when we educate parents and teachers, we create a support network for our children. And these adults become the first line of defense. They're able to spot warning signs and guide children through tricky online situations. And most importantly, as I'm coming from Indonesia, another thing that's highly important is the need to integrate comprehensive sexual education into school curriculum. As many countries, including Indonesia, we still do not teach sexual education in the classroom. So some of you might be asking, what does sex education have to do with online safety? So we see that online child exploitation cases involved a lack of understanding about personal boundaries and consent. And comprehensive sexual education teaches children about their bodies, their boundaries, and what constitutes appropriate a relationship both online and offline. Children who are received age-appropriate sexual education were more likely to recognize and to report online grooming attempts. So this education isn't just about exposing children to adult concepts early. It's about to give them the knowledge, the vocabulary to protect themselves in all spaces, including digitals as well. And also I wanted to point, perhaps at the last one, and I think also more crucially, we must demand a greater responsibility from digital platforms, especially in the realm of online gaming platform. I think we've heard a lot of contributions from social media platform, joining contributions on conferences and seminars, but we haven't heard a lot from online gaming. Online gaming is where many of our children spend significant of time. It's also where they are most vulnerable. Child online exploitation cases across Southeast Asia were very linked to gaming platform. And the gaming experience often encouraged children to unknowingly exchange personal information for free access to benefit. So children play mobile application games, face different data risks from peers or another children who plays personal computer or console games. The PC or console normally led by gaming industry who dominated by large and long-standing companies, but the mobile gaming sector has many of the new and small companies that lack of internet privacy resources, and perhaps they not really follow the data protection principle. So we can't really ignore this reality. We need to call on gaming companies to step up, to invest in robust age verification system, to implement stricter content moderation, to also provide a clear, accessible reporting mechanism, and to provide support for support system for young users. And I think the challenge that we have is that brings me to the crucial points that digital literacy isn't just about protections, because how are we gonna able to grow and make sure that our children can be able to grow and learn, but also it's about empowerment. So it is important to be able to teach our children not just to avoid the dangers, but recognize opportunity, not just to consume content, but to create it responsibility. And lastly, not to follow rules, not just to follow rules, but to think critically about the digital world when they're helping to shape. One of the 14 years old participants in one of our workshop mentioned that I used to think being safe online meant hiding. Now I know that it means also standing up for myself and others. So I think this is the essence what we are striving for, especially in the lens of a charity and an NGO, and generations of digital citizens who are not just safe, but savvy, not just protected, but also empowered. So I wanted to close it as saying that I believe on digital world of our children inhabit today is the world that they will lead tomorrow. So our task as a stakeholders is not just to shield them from this world, but also to equip them to transform it. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agita. And I think your input was very well received here on site. And just to summarize, touched upon generational knowledge gap between parents and their children, the importance of sexual education for children to learn about proper boundaries and what constitutes proper relations online, as well as mentioning gaming platforms, which have been vastly overlooked in such forums, and also consumption versus responsible content creation, which can allow children to actually stand up for themselves as they know what's right and what's wrong. And the Asia-Pacific region actually has very specific cultural, social, and regulatory contexts that require tailored approaches. So by incorporating local and also intra-regional perspectives, we can better address these complexities of such an issue. And on that note, I'd just like to call upon Omar to talk about online safety in terms of balancing children's rights and responsibilities. Omar, over to you.
Good morning, afternoon, everyone. I'm Omar Farooq from Bangladesh, and first of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this event, and especially Mr. Luke. So today I'll talk about the online safety and how we can balance the rights of children and their responsibilities. So let me share my screen first. So as you can see in the first slide, that the topic for this for today's discussion is that we'll be focusing on children's online safety, and today I would like to discuss the pressing issue of online safety for children. And so let me get to the next slide. So as you can see, I'll be talking about a lot of topics like the introduction and the goal of online safety, and also I will address the challenges and age-appropriate content moderations, parental control, and digital literacy, and also give some tips to support children's learning. So the introduction for online safety is that in our increasingly digital world, it's crucial to protect our young people from the potential dangers like lurking online. The internet offers a wealth of opportunities for education, creativity, and social interaction, but it also exposes children to risks such as harmful content, cyberbullying, and privacy breaches. So this presentation explores the complexities of online safety and proposes strategies to balance children's rights with their responsibilities. So by fostering social awareness and implementing effective measures, we can create a safer and more supportive online environment for our children. So the next slide is about the goal of online safety. The goal of online safety is to utilize technology to make a digital world more accessible, safe, and fun, also effective for preparing children to face the challenges of the digital era, and also foster critical thinking, creativity, and digital literacy skills. So now talk about what are the challenges of online safety. So the digital landscape is evolving rapidly, outpacing our ability to protect children effectively. And A 22 e-safety report by UNICEF Australia states that 62% of the teens had been exposed to harmful online content, and the presence of cyberbullying among children and adolescents are increasing rapidly. So, additionally, we need to focus on privacy. We have privacy concerns are heightened as children share personal information online without fully understanding the consequences. So to address these challenges, we must adopt a comprehensive approach that combines technological solutions, education, and policy interventions. So my next slide is about the age-appropriate content moderation. We need to develop and implement robust safety measures that is very crucial for protecting children online. And age-appropriate content moderation plays a vital role in filtering out harmful content and ensuring that children are not exposed and they are getting the age-suitable materials while they are navigating the online world. So by working together, tech companies, policymakers, and child advocates can establish industry standards and best practice for content moderation. For the child advocates, I'm highlighting the need of engaging young people at the decision-making tables and also letting them to speak about their rights while representing the voices of online worldwide. So additionally, promoting media literacy education empowers children to critically evaluate online content and make informed decisions. By equipping children with the skills to navigate the digital world responsibly, we can foster a more secure and supportive online environment. So we need to promote interactive learning, global information access, and also AI for good, as the AI is rapidly evolving. So my next slide is about parental controls and digital literacy. So empowering parents with the right tools and knowledge is essential for safeguarding children online. User-friendly parental control settings can help manage their children's online activities and limit exposure to harmful content. Moreover, providing a comprehensive guidance on age-appropriate device uses and online activities can help parents set appropriate boundaries and foster safe online habits. Open communication between parents and children are crucial for building trust and ensuring that children feel comfortable seeking help when they encounter troubling situations online. By combining practical tools with education, open dialogue, parents can create a safer and more positive digital environment for their children. So now I'll talk about some tips to support children's learning. So the first one is that children need to be concerned about their privacy. They have to keep their personal information private and do not share their names, location, phone number, or birthday with others. Also, they have to be aware while they are making friends online, particularly in the social media, and they should not meet with online friends without parents' permission. Then they have to think about their reputation, and they have to understand what are the things that they can share online, and children should be educated and they should follow the media and information literacy skills that are being provided by the UNESCO. Then they also have to learn manners, and parents' responsibility is also to teach them that the children have to be kind and respectful to others also in the online world too. Then they have to be aware of online bullying, and they have to tell someone if they think they are being bullied by by any other people. Then they have to be more open while they are talking, and they have to tell their parents that what are they doing online, and they should ask a trusted adult if they need any help or they are unsure of any online activity. Then they have to make sure they are unplugged from the online world in certain times, because to balance, to make sure that they are healthy and fit and also connected with the offline world. So in conclusion, I would like to tell about that by adopting a comprehensive approach that includes age-appropriate content moderation, parental controls, digital literacy education, and collaboration among stakeholders, we can create a safer environment for children. And let's work together to protect our young people and ensure they can fully benefit from the opportunities that the digital world offers. And I'm honored to have been invited to speak at this event. And thank you so much to Mr. Luke and the organizing committee for inviting me and providing with this platform to share my thoughts in this critical topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amor. And just to summarize again, we're hearing the importance of empowering parents to transcend certain taboos, eventually ensuring that their children have more holistic and secure digital lives. And to provide a more local perspective, I'd just like to call upon Ted, specifically to talk about how we can approach digital rights in education, information security, and data governance.
Hi, everyone. Is this on? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Ted. My name is Hao Tian, and I'm a local speaker from Taiwan, and I'm the advisory committee member of the K-12 Education Administration of Ministry of Education. But I'm representing mostly myself instead of the whole administration today to share this topic on how the digital rights can be implemented, or let's say secured in education. And I'll give two examples. Information security and also data governance. So first, information security. According to the Government Procurement Act, the Article 101, Paragraph 1, when an agency discovers that a supplier has engaged in illegal activities or it has a serious breach of contract, it should publish the supplier's name. And we all know that they should publish, and in the past few years we also see there are some mistakes that are happening by the suppliers in different systems of engaging about students. And these engaging about students, including systems that they can upload, like their learning progress and those systems, or even just a school system, a school management system. However, is this really happening? Unfortunately, no. According to the data of the past few years, none of the K-12 Education Administration has the illegal, or let's say breach of contract supplier got announced in the Gazette. Secondly, we have the regulation on classification of cybersecurity's responsibility levels. The Article 11 has mentioned that each agency shall conduct the matters specified and depending on its cybersecurity responsibility levels. We know that they have this reporting system that according to the responsibility levels. However, the reporting authority should be, those issues, or let's say those incidents should be reported to the Administration for Cybersecurity of MODA. And however, here's a funnier thing. When you ask the Ministry of Education about these specific breach of contract upon cybersecurity, they will answer you, these are more of the issues that should happen, or let's say administrated by the MODA Administration of Cybersecurity. And this is quite ironic, or let's say not really in the case that those two are not fitting, and the competent authority is not cooperating, or let's say even on the same track. Secondly, data governance. I'll mostly talk about data autonomy over here as an example, and I'll give the background brief over here. Here I'll mostly talk about Taiwanese law, but just to clarify, I am not a law expert. So, according to the Constitution Court Integration number 585, privacy is a part of human rights. However, in our Constitution, it wasn't previously mentioned. So, according to, it was applied into the Constitution of Taiwan, Article 22, which is all other freedoms and rights of the people that are not detrimental to social orders or public welfare shall be guaranteed under the Constitution. So it added this as an interpretation in the interpretation number 585 into the Constitution, Article 22, to make it a part of the human rights. Then, in the Constitution interpretation 603, data autonomy is a part of privacy, which is also a part of the guaranteed human rights. But in the Taiwanese Constitutional Court's judgment 宪判 13 of 2022, it is now that you have the autonomy to remove your data from, it was actually the health insurance database of that case. And it also mentioned about the due process guarantee of the data autonomy. So what I want to mention here is, when we come back to the legislation, or let's say the regulations of education, you'll see the directions for schools on collection and use of personal data through information and communication systems or services. That's a long name. Article 3, paragraph 6. What it mentions over here is the personal data retention periods should be established, and the user, or let's say the person being collected, should know about the date. However, is it really happening? This direction also includes the restrictions to Google Forms, to Microsoft Forms, to SurveyCake, whatever you want to do in your form. And it means that if you just want to do like a registration form for a single event, for a single school survey, you need to include the date of your data destroy and deletion. But is it happening? I mean, it's hard to check this. As a government institution, as a Ministry of Education, it's hard to check if they are really happening. And also, you can't expect every teacher, every single educator, or just administrators in the school to do so. In this case, this direction, it needs to be further discussed, how we should make this happen, make this personal data, let's say delete, or let's say removal as an autonomy to be more guaranteed. Next on, we have the guidelines on the protection of personal data and the use of biometric identification technologies for schools. Let's just put the thing aside that it does not have the personal data autonomy included. The most funny thing is it's just an administrative guidance, but not a direction, regulation, or law. It has no force, which means that I don't have to follow this. And although that it's not really that not completed inside this guideline, it's biometric identification. It's probably your facial recognition, probably your fingerprints. Those are even more sensitive, but it's not even a direction. So how do you approach digital rights in education? First of all, as I mentioned, we have several things that we can focus on, law and regulations upon the data autonomy, and also we have some more things that we can work on to get the competent authority to cooperate to each other in the cybersecurity case that I just mentioned. But most importantly, as other speakers already mentioned, digital literacy. We need to deliver to our next generation, or the students. Well, I'm actually a student myself, so I shouldn't say the next generation, but my next generation also need this. They also need to know that digital literacy on not just fact-checking, not just how to identify fake news, but more importantly, to understand the importance of autonomy. This is from the script of Open Culture Foundation in the public hearing on the draft of Digital Healthcare Development Act of the Legislative Yuan last year in November. They have mentioned that the issue of digital rights can't be simply solved by just strategies of technology. We always want to solve it by just strategies of technology. We use de-identification using technology. But understanding the importance of autonomy is more important, which allows the citizens, the students, to understand the right and the ability to evaluate risks and decide whether they want to provide data or not, whether they want to retrieve the data, whether they want to destroy or remove the data. It's more of the autonomy rather than just keeping or not keeping. It's about if I can decide. And yeah, that would pretty much be my sharing, because I guess the time we don't have much. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And thank you, Luke, again for inviting.
Thank you, Ted. And I think now we'll make the decision to decide to move on to Ella online to talk about regulatory frameworks for ethical governance.
Thanks so much, Luke. Just confirming people can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. So my name is Ella Seri. I'm the Manager of International Engagement at Australia's eSafety Commissioner. I'm just going to share my screen. Bear with me 1 second. So it is a pleasure to be joining this discussion today. Thanks so much, Luke, for the invitation. It's a real shame I can't be there in person with you all today. And thanks to my fellow speakers for sharing your insights around the importance of things like meaningfully involving children in policy development, age-appropriate design and digital digital literacy, including online safety education and parents and carers and parental controls and tech solutions. A lot has been covered. But today I'd like to share an example from Australia and to discuss the role that legal and regulatory frameworks can play in ensuring the ethical governance of the digital ecosystem and the protection and promotion of human rights, including children's rights. But for those of you who are unfamiliar with our work, the eSafety Commissioner is Australia's independent regulator, educator and national coordinator for online safety. We started in 2015 as the Children's eSafety Commissioner. Our remit then was narrower than what it is today, but no less important. Over time, our remit has expanded, though, to provide complaint schemes for adults as well as children. We changed our name from the Children's eSafety Commissioner to just the eSafety Commissioner in 2017. But we've also expanded our remit to have an increased focus on systemic regulation and safety by design as part of our multifaceted model, which I'll take you through a little bit today. So now we're here in 2024 and we're a fast-growing team of educators, investigators, lawyers, policy analysts, and tech experts, and other professionals who share one goal, a safer and more positive online experience for all Australians. But thinking about what this means for ethical governance of the digital ecosystem, I mean, the ways that technologies are designed, developed, deployed, and regulated are really going to impact the lives of billions of people. And so designing tech policy and regulating in a rights-based and ethical manner has really emerged as a crucial challenge of our times, and one that requires evidence-based approaches and strong international and multi-stakeholder collaboration. Like all technological advances, access to cyberspace and digital technologies can bring benefits or pose risks to the protection of human rights. Recent technological advancements in the fields of generative AI are supercharging these issues as well. Added to that is the complexity of competing priorities like commercial interests versus the principle of the best interests of the child. And of course, the distinct yet intersecting disciplines of cybersecurity, data privacy, and online safety. At the UN level and amongst civil society and academia, there's been significant examination of the intersection of technology and human rights. And so I won't go through a list of all of the treaties or principles, but I will draw your attention to General Comment 25 on children's rights in relation to the digital environment, published back in 2021. It highlights how children's rights apply in the digital world and provides guidance to states on how to promote the awareness of and exercise these rights. But for us at eSafety, one vital consideration stands out, and that's the right that we all have to be safe. So how do we achieve this through regulation? So eSafety works to protect, respect, and fulfill human rights through a mix of policy and regulatory measures. The Online Safety Act requires that eSafety must be guided by the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and eSafety's regulatory model involves three intersecting pillars: prevention, protection, and proactive systemic change, or what's known as the 3 Ps. So the first pillar, prevention, aims to build user capability and resilience to prevent harm through evidence-based educational resources, training, community programs, information, and awareness raising. We apply an intersectional lens to preventing digital harms and upholding the rights to safety and non-discrimination of rights holders, who we know are disproportionately impacted by online harms, and this includes children. As part of our efforts to do this, we have stepped up the eSafety Youth Council, providing a direct line from children to the Commissioner and the Australian Government on online safety matters. Protection is our second pillar, which is achieved through regulation, reporting schemes, and investigations. Through our complaints and reporting schemes, eSafety acts as a safety net, providing redress to individuals and helping to bridge the power imbalance between an individual user and a big tech platform. We have mandatory and enforceable industry regulations, including codes and standards and transparency requirements, which seek to systematically create a safer digital environment, which leads us to our last pillar, which is proactive and systemic change, where we seek to minimise the threat surface for the future through safety by design, our tech trends and challenges, and through strategic engagement with international and multilateral partners. We believe that we have a robust and replicable model that's providing real-world benefits to Australians in times of online crisis and is shifting the dial towards a safer global digital ecosystem globally. And if people would like to know more about our approach, I'm happy to take questions or to be contacted later. But I think in the interest of time, I'd like to shift the focus and address the other question, which is around balancing innovation with ethical considerations and protecting children's rights, especially in relation to new and emerging technologies. So this slide says an eye to the future, and maybe some of these tech trends seem a little futuristic, but the reality is that some of these possible threats related to generative AI are not just theoretical. They are real-world harms already happening today. For example, child sexual abuse material is one of the most urgent and egregious online issues we face. We are concerned about the impacts of multimodal forms of generative AI to extend this harm. For example, by creating hyper-realistic synthetic child sexual abuse material via text-to-prompt video, as well as highly accurate videos cloning and manipulative chatbots as well. These could supercharge grooming, sexual extortion, and other forms of sexual exploitation of young people at scale. We're also seeing the proliferation of popular open source AI nudifying apps, which have the primary purpose to sexualize, humiliate, demoralize, and denigrate, or create child sexual abuse material. And we're concerned that these apps are using sophisticated monetization tactics and increasingly becoming found on mainstream social media platforms as well. It's important to note that each of eSafety's complaint schemes covers synthetically generated material, and this has been vital to ensuring that we can stay across and address AI-generated harms, because we are already starting to receive reports from the public about AI-driven abuse as well. However, our complaint schemes come into effect after harm has been done, which brings me to my final point, which is the importance of safety by design. So here at eSafety, we've long championed the concept of safety by design, which focuses on the way that technology companies can play their part in minimizing online threats and by anticipating, detecting, and eliminating online harms before they occur. To draw a comparison as an example, when we get into our cars, we take for granted that in the event of a crash, things like airbags will deploy and we've got emergency braking systems and, we should be wearing seatbelts. And these will keep us safe whilst we're in our cars. These safety protections are built in by design and they're mandated by international standards and legislation. We should expect similar protections to also exist online. The astonishing advances in generative AI, including sophisticated deepfakes, have dominated the headlines, and while these technologies promise great benefits, we can't allow safety considerations to be forgotten in the rush by industry to conquer these new technological frontiers. And this is, I think, most particularly heightened when it comes to considering the rights of children. We see that it's critical to take a safety by design approach to achieve the benefits of AI systems whilst mitigating AI harms. At eSafety, we work with tech companies to shift their design ethos from moving fast and breaking things to moving thoughtfully and anticipating, detecting, and eliminating online threats before they occur. So this is our safety by design initiative, one that I encourage you all to look into as a way to harness the potential of tech innovation at the same time as upholding and promoting children's rights. And with that, and in the interests of the time, I will leave you there, but thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today, and back to you in Taiwan.
Thank you, Ella. And on that note, I'd just like to open up the floor for questions, if there are any. Yep, we have one over there. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Can I just sit?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kavita from Nepal. I have few reflection actually, and also the question. One thing is, like, I do agree a lot of the thing we was shared by the speakers, but I also want to I also want to request everyone to pause and rethink about a lot of things that we have also talked about. As I have also been part of the child rights movement, and while observing our activism, I really want to highlight how our perspective towards children has been impacting on their rights, and how do they exercise their rights, okay? As individuals, do we like monitoring? Do we like controlling? No, yes, as matured person. But why, when we are talking about children, we are always imposing that they are not evil? They will not be able to make decision for themselves, or like they are not, they should be always protected or monitored. That is where our activism is going wrong. And I really want everyone to rethink about that. If you, or like if we are claiming ourselves, we are the advocate for the children's rights, because we are driving this movement in a very negative way. And when we have a lot of, like, we have used that word autonomy, agency in this presentation also, and in every conversation we have this, right? But we are not allowing children to autonomously be in online space. We are talking about, obviously it's important to talk about harms or like bad experiences, but it's also, we also need to rethink how can we make them empowered and also let them be in that space, let them navigate that space. But what is our core role? We need to reflect on that. Otherwise, our work will be, we won't be very honest to the movement, and maybe we won't be, we will more be like hypocrites. So we don't want to be that, I guess. So that is just one reflection, to reflect on what are we pushing towards in terms of children especially. And my question would be, who we are talking about when we are talking about the children. Obviously, we are talking, I think, in most of the conversation, not only children, but other people as well. The conversation is more centered towards who have access to internet or who is potential to get that access, right? But are we also talking about the people in the crisis, children in a crisis? For example, in the most of the conflict area, like Gaza or like Palestine, in Congo, there are a lot of movement, a lot of crisis happening, right? And are we also talking about them? Are we also advocating for them? I can't hear any of the voices in even other session, how we are not coming together for their rights when we are talking about the internet or online space. So I want panel to give some of your reflections on this thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And in the interest of time, I think we'll just take 2-3 more questions and have these speakers address them all at once. Maybe. Okay. And please keep questions concise and as specific as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Hello, I'm Neha Gauchan, and I'm also from Nepal. I think I agree and really echo to what Kavita Adi was saying. My question is on specific to the to what the speakers were also mentioning, was that the rights of children and having privacy, and you know, as much as we were talking about digital rights of children, but then there was a contradictory on the aspect of controlling them as a mechanism to protect their rights online, right? So a speaker was also mentioning that, okay, it's you know, children should be protected and not have conversations with strangers online and not give their data to other people. But then at the same time, the parents are having having those controlling parental control apps, which is completely different of how we were saying that they have their own privacy. So, so what are we actually advocating for? Is it that, you know, as long as the parents have full control of their data, that is still private, is it still okay? And then strangers having that data is not okay. So what are we actually saying? So that's the question that I wanted to pose. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think we have time for just 2 more. One from him and maybe one from that end. Oh, okay. Quick.
Hello, my name is Jae-young Lee. I am the member of the USIG committee in Korea. It may be a little different from the topic, but I have a personal question and concern. In Korea, 3 years ago, due to the COVID-19 issue, most elementary school students were forced to take education through the internet and electronic devices and were left without any protection and education. So I was working at a child welfare center, so the most of the elementary school, first grade and second grade, as soon as they enter the school without the contact with any others and or friends, they have to solve everything online. So this is because, so I wonder if you have ever thought about post-education or healing program like detox from internet for children who have been negatively affected by internet due to COVID-19 and extra. They have already adapted to their independent experience in the internet. So I think they need ideas that are different from existing education. Thank you.
And I'm Has from Indonesia. As Ella mentioned before about upholding the rights to safety, especially the online harms, we know that climate change is impacting the life of youth and children, both online and offline. One thing that we have to know, internet is also being used to facilitate the harms to climate-affected children, not to mention the risk of violence against children. Even though the report identified, there's not enough information about that. But I'm wondering to ask to the speakers, what's your thoughts on this? How we can connect and link this kind of issue to climate change related? And the second one, what is the best practice from maybe your experience from your country in terms of upscaling this issue? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Professor Abasi. The question I have, I think the really comprehensive presentation that you've all given, especially the colleague from Australia, I think the dilemma that's raised on basically violating the rights of a child, it's the environment that we're living in, and that digital connectivity that they have allows all sorts of nefarious characters and exploiters to be there to access them. So if we want to be proactive but also balance, I mean, we're working on something called building human digital resilience, critical thinking, knowing your digital footprint, co-creating with young people, because they absolutely don't want to be told what to do. The second you tell them not to do it, they're going to do it right away. Don't look at porn, they're going to look at it. So there is a negotiation. Parents actually have to change the way they talk to the children because they're far intelligent than we think they are. But we also have the responsibility and the duty of care. So there's a balance I have no idea how you're going to do, and that's the question I have. And I know my sister here has one.
Thank you. And I'm Sagarika from Sri Lanka. So my question is, like, while there are numerous discussions and guidelines aimed to protecting children online, other than the UN guidelines, what are the practical implications we have been implicating in, for example, Asia Pacific? So if we have something like that, we can use at the general guidelines rather than going one by one, right?
Right. Okay, thank you. I'll just start with the on-site speakers if they'd like to respond.
Yeah, thank you. I just respond some of the question. For example, about the we are talking about the advocating the children right, but we are also controlling. But I think it is same what Mrs. say, yeah, that everyone have like responsibility to educating. Even the children doesn't want to controlling by the parent, but they must also know that what the parent doing is for their safety. And also the parent is also have to know that they cannot abuse by their power for the children and push the children doing what they want. Yeah. So it is have to be like the both side is have to be discussion about what is the rule, what is they have to do each other to have like agreement about what they are doing to make the children safety and make the parent is not worried about what they are doing, yeah, in the online. And others about the question from Sri Lanka about the guideline of the child online protection, how they're implementing in the Asia Pacific. As I know, in the ASEAN, we have like the regional plan action ASEAN from the protecting children from the all online exploitation and abuse. Yeah, at least we have like the regional commitment to do and to push the at least 10 and 1 or Timor-Leste country to put this agenda as become the important issue to protecting children. There are many recommendations of that regional plan action of ASEAN. Even not every recommendation continuing by the government or the country to make it happen. Yeah, at least because it is the ASEAN regulator, step by step they will be implementing the recommendation.
Right.
So yeah.
And I would just like to ask if any comments from the online speakers.
I think, hi Luke, I just probably want to comment a little bit on the parental software. I believe in my presentation, it's not emphasizing on the parental software, but instead of educating and empowering the parents and the teachers. Simply, some of advocates probably mentions that parental control could be a solution, but we really must be cautious as well about relying too heavily on such tools. Parental software, some of them could really create a false sense of security. And so instead of basically protecting, but it could be potentially exposing the children data rather than protecting it. And sometimes these tools also often to fail to sort of kind of like address what is exactly the roots of online safety issues, right? So what we're looking in here is basically not preventing the risky online, rather than restrictive monitoring, because I think what we see is that excessive monitoring can really undermine a trust and hamper the children's development in a critical thinking skills. So instead of relying completely on a software, I think what I also have been highlighting this is that we should be focusing on educations and empowerment,
right.
Teaching children to recognize, to respond to online risks, fostering open dialogue about digital experience, and gradually allowing more online autonomy as a children and demonstrating the responsible behavior for that. So I think the goal that we want to see is that not to control the children for every single move they make online, but to equip them with the skills and confidence as well to make a wise choices in digital spaces.
Exactly. Okay. And I think we are a bit over time, so we will just be wrapping up the session here. And if there are any further questions, please do feel. Yep. Yeah, sure. One sentence.
Okay. A quick wrap up. I think that my topic is quite different from other speakers that I mostly talk about regulations and how the data autonomy. I think I'm talking about more on the legislation and the governance instead of the securing and these parts. And let's say the target of children's digital rights, it's not just children, it's more of the whole system, but everyone. But we're talking about children because they have to be cared more in this case and in this particular case. So I believe that doing the digital rights education and the literacy education would be the most important thing for us to work on so that we can have more to give our generation, my generation or next generation on this this part of resilience to handle this.
Right. Thanks. And I'll just pass it over to Ella for the final remarks and we can end the session. Ella, over to you.
Thanks so much, Luke. And thanks so much for the incredible questions. I really wish I was there so I could grab you each for a coffee and have a chat. Look, I think it's really important to remember children are not a homogenous group. Their agency, their age, their maturity and their differing needs really needs to be taken into account. And concepts like the evolving capacities of the child are really important here, but we need to remember that the online world was not designed with children's best interests in mind, and we really need to shift this mindset, and that's where concepts like safety by design, come into play: privacy by design, security by design, and human rights by design. We need to be minimizing the threat surface of online platforms so that young people can reap all of the incredible benefits of being online, to explore and to learn, and also to make mistakes. And I do think that's where there is a role for regulators to come in and to help create a safer digital ecosystem. So thanks again for the questions.
Thanks, Ella, and thanks to all the participants here joining us online and on site. Thank you. Yes, and don't forget to head over to our town hall session on the 3rd floor, 301.
Thank you.